Topping your Fox 45 early edition newscast, 2 armed carjackings within 24 hours at a Baltimore hospital. Coming up, the outrage and safety concerns from the community. A Safe Streets location remains closed a month after being searched by the FBI. Coming up, Fox 45 News investigates if its absence is having an impact on Baltimore's crime fight.
Temperature's not too bad today. We're tracking our next weather maker, bringing some rain showers for your Friday. We'll talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Friday, December 1st. Welcome to a brand new month. I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with a look at our forecast. Have some rain in store today?
Yeah, as we get later into the afternoon, Meg, that's when some of those showers are going to roll in. And then a few scattered showers off and on throughout the weekend. As we take you outside right now, mainly clear skies, so that rain is still holding off for now. Our temperatures are mainly in the 20s and 30s at this time. Cockeysville at 28, right at the freezing mark in Baltimore City, so you'll still need a jacket as you head out. And on your morning drive, numbers will stay in the 30s for the most part. We do stay dry for the morning, but it's later into the afternoon. That's when that rain's going to roll in. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
I think it's really scary, and I think it's terrible for somebody to do that when they know that we're here helping people.
This morning, another community is on edge after 2 armed carjackings within 24 hours at the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital in Baltimore. Both victims are hospital staff members. They tell police that they were held at gunpoint in the employee parking lot. Other employees and parents say they are stunned anyone would target people who care for sick children. Questions now rising over how the suspects got into the fenced-off parking lot, which is in a wooded area. Stay with Fox 45 all morning long. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Olivia Dance will be live with where the investigation stands here at this hour. The concerns about carjackings extend beyond Baltimore City. This week, a Baltimore County woman told Fox 45 News 2 teenagers carjacked her at gunpoint just steps from her home in Rosedale. The attack left her with a black eye and a concussion. She says those responsible need to be held accountable.
These kids don't have consequences, and that's what makes me very angry. And I am furious, and I'm going after these. I want to prosecute. I want to see some type of retribution.
Other city residents say their concerns about juvenile crime aren't being heard. A Butchers Hill woman says she's lucky to be alive after a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old were caught on camera here assaulting her and trying to steal her car.
Law, I'm pissed off at the law. This should never, and what if this could have ended really badly? If I hadn't seen them behind me and turned, I could have hit my head. They had a screwdriver. They could have stabbed me if they really wanted to. You know, that's not okay.
Police released the boys after a few hours. Police tell us the 12-year-old suspect is connected to more than a dozen car thefts across the Baltimore area this past summer. He was 11 at the time. Meanwhile, over the last 7 days, the Baltimore Police Department reports a spike in non-fatal shootings and robberies. This comes despite those crimes being down this year overall. This surveillance video here shows a suspect shooting a man on North Monroe Street in West Baltimore. This is one case contributing to the 83% spike in non-fatal shootings across the city. The latest data shows robberies spiked 35% in 1 week. Former BPD Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson weighing in.
Historically, robberies tend to increase as we approach the end of the year around the holidays. So not terribly unexpected, but it's compounding a year where already robberies are up pretty significantly. So I think you probably can draw more conclusions from the robbery numbers than you can from the shooting numbers.
Well, Fox 45 News reached out to Baltimore police asking what they attribute to these increases. A spokesperson wrote in part, local, state, and federal officials are working aggressively to address gun violence throughout the city, including an increase in arrests and working to take guns off the streets. Now to an update here this morning. The Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site has been inactive for more than a month in the wake of an FBI investigation. Federal agents showed up at the site at the end of October, executing a search warrant where sources tell Fox 45 News several electronics were seized. Fox 45 News is looking into the impact the closure is having on the community. Crime data from Baltimore police showed there haven't been any shootings or homicides in the Bel Air Edison Safe Street zone since the FBI search. The data shows there have been 6 non-fatal shootings and 3 homicides this year. The goal of the Safe Streets program is to stop someone from shooting. But even with those efforts paused in the neighborhood, the data shows crime is actually declining. Leaders with LifeBridge Health, the nonprofit managing the Bel Air Safe Streets site, addressing the closure on WBAL radio, saying staffing is the main issue.
We won't decide ever on our own to necessarily shut down a site. We'll do it in coordination with Muncie there. And that's why we, with our partners in the mayor's office, are going to make sure that we're going to reopen Bel Air when the time is right. We have the right staff when it's safe to proceed there.
When it comes to the Safe Streets worker who appears to be linked to the federal investigation, David Caldwell, he won't appear in court until January. Caldwell is facing state-level charges after law enforcement found illegal ammunition in his home while they were executing a search warrant. He is on unpaid leave right now. Fox 45 News has been following the Safe Streets program for years. You can find all of our previous reporting on our website right now, foxbaltimore.com. The debate surrounding the FBI's new headquarters location continues. After the break, why federal agencies are now looking into an alleged conflict of interest. Today, we are tracking on and off rain showers this weekend. We're going to feel above average temperatures. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long your next weather maker will be sticking around. And before we head to break, we've got a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here. Looking pretty good around the Beltway. Our live camera showing light traffic here at this point. It's 4:36. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Been there. Hey, welcome back, everybody. 4:39 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. It's still a little chilly as you step out. We're still below freezing for some. You can see a little of that steam rising, the Domino Sugar Factory. I always hope that that steam just smells really, really good, but I don't know if it does or not. All right, here's our jogging cast. Out for a run or a jog. We're in the 30s for the next couple of hours, so layer up if you want to get out early. We'll top out in the 50s today. Yeah, we're tracking some rain showers. Tonight we'll drop to the 40s. Look at the 60s that are on the way for tomorrow, even though we have to get through a little bit more rain as well. We'll take a closer look at all of that in just a few.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Now to an update on the debate surrounding the FBI's new headquarters. Federal agencies are looking into the decision to award Greenbelt the location after Virginia lawmakers claim that there was a conflict of interest in that decision-making process. They argue one of the appointees tasked with choosing the site asked the General Services Administration to change selection criteria to favor Greenbelt over Springfield, Virginia. FBI Director Christopher Wray also expressed concern about this conflict of interest. A group of Maryland lawmakers pushing back on the claim yesterday, saying General Services selected Greenbelt because it is the best site. They went on to say any objective evaluation would find Greenbelt is the better site, and the selection process was thorough and transparent. Nearly 1 year after the first Twitter files report were released, a House committee holds another hearing. After the break, how Republicans feel the federal government is involved with social media censorship. And Republicans taking aim at President Biden for his border policies. Still to come, how it all went down in a Foreign Affairs Committee hearing. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. California pushing sexually explicit television shows using taxpayer dollars. We open the books on the waste of the week. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, the nation's largest publisher is joining Iowa's biggest teachers union in suing the state over a new book banning law. 4 best-selling authors, including John Green, are joining Penguin Random House and the Iowa State Education Association in this federal lawsuit. Their goal? To block a law that bans all books in Iowa public schools containing depictions or descriptions of sexual acts, plus teaching about gender identity and sexual orientation in primary and middle schools. Some argue that the ban violates the U.S. Constitution, but Iowa's governor claims it gives parents more control over their children's education. Also making headlines this morning as we take you live to Capitol Hill nearly 1 year after the first Twitter Files report was released. The House subcommittee investigating the weaponization of government holds another hearing. As chief political correspondent Scott Thuman reports, its focus was on what Republicans say is the federal government's involvement in social media censorship.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of...
4 witnesses appeared before the Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government, including Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger, 2 of the journalists behind the release of the so-called Twitter Files.
What was the most alarming thing that you came across during your review of internal Twitter documents?
The organized stream of communication between the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the largest tech companies in the country.
The hearing comes as Subcommittee Chairman Jim Jordan now claims the Biden White House pressured Google to censor content on YouTube regarding alleged misinformation related to the pandemic and COVID-19 vaccinations.
The path for getting this information out has not been easy. Finding the truth never is.
The Twitter Files consist of leaked documents and internal communications between Twitter employees about the company's past content moderation decisions, including coverage of Hunter Biden's laptop and the 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Democrats, though, argue there is no evidence of collusion. They say the true weaponization of government is what played out during the Trump administration and expressed concern about what could happen if he's elected again.
In the past few months, Trump has said that he would reinstate the Muslim travel ban. He has vowed to use the Department of Justice to investigate his political enemies. As the first branch of government, it is our job to be a check on that kind of undemocratic, unstable rhetoric in this republic.
In their ongoing investigation of alleged social media censorship, the House Judiciary Committee has now subpoenaed 2 former Biden administration officials, former digital strategist and current deputy campaign manager Robert Flaherty, and Andrew Slavitt, who served as an advisor to the pandemic response team. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
All right, Scott, thank you. This morning, Fox 45 News is continuing our countdown to Christmas giveaway. Check this out. We've got a live look here of our tree here in studio, including all of the presents underneath that you could win. If you are planning on picking out your tree this weekend, we want to see how the weather's holding up for you. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that answer. You've been talking about some rain here today, Justin.
Yeah, I was driving through the neighborhood this morning on my way to work, and I was like, yeah, I got to put up my lights because I've been lazy, and so I was like, nope, got to do it today before the rain rolls in. And that's what you can do, too, if you want to get some stuff done, because the rain's coming as we get into the middle of the afternoon or middle of the day, I should say, and then into the afternoon we'll have some scattered showers as well, and kind of off and on showers as we head into the weekend. But overall, not too bad right now, right at the freezing mark officially in Towson, 32 your temperature. No real wind to speak of at this time, so we're not tracking any kind of wind chill situation at this moment. So as we look ahead at your forecast, you can see on your HD radar, it's all quiet right now. That radar sweep pretty bored, not much happening, but you can see that next weather maker is just off to our west. Now, it's still in the Ohio River Valley, so that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain at this time. And most of that system is going to be moving toward our area as we get, as I mentioned, to the middle part of the day today. For our temperatures, going to be hanging out in the 30s for most of the morning on your Rise and Shine cast. Sun comes up just after 7 o'clock on your Friday, December 1st. Now, 52 is typically how we start the month of December. Going to be pretty close to that number for a lot of us for today. Some of us only getting into the mid to upper 40s. So across central Maryland, a lot of 50s will be around with that rain that will be here as well. 52 in D.C., mid 50s in Richmond, colder in western Maryland, only 45 in Cumberland today. And then if you're heading north up to Harrisburg, also seeing temperatures in the 40s. Now, starting tomorrow and into Sunday, we actually get a couple of days in the 60s for the first weekend of the new month before those numbers come back down and even down below average with colder numbers on the way toward the middle of next week. It'll be a brief little kind of warm up here for you. All right, so here's our future scan. This is 11 o'clock this morning. The rain holding off into western Maryland, not necessarily here yet, but you can see as we get between about 11 and 3 p.m., that's going to be the time frame of when those rain showers will start to roll through. Not tracking a lot of rain. This is going to be out of here quickly. We wake up dry on Saturday morning, but Saturday afternoon, we may see a stray shower or two. Definitely keeping the clouds around. Late Saturday night into early Sunday morning, that's going to be another round of rain. And then as we get into Sunday afternoon, just a couple of spotty showers here and there. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Temperatures staying in the 50s and 60s throughout the weekend. As I mentioned, we're drier next week, but our temperatures do come back down.
Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network now. Drive times in the green. Look at that. Perfect time to get up and get your Friday started. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark. Happy December.
I'm sorry, say again?
Happy December 1st, Mark.
Oh, happy December to you too, Megan. Yes, good morning. Out there for the commute start, you'll find on Light Rail Link, on-time service from end to end, no delays or problems. Metro checking in on time as well between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. If your ride is on the MARC train system, we've got 10 train 401 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC are on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you.
House Republicans release new documents they say bolster their case for impeachment against President Joe Biden. I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington with the details.
Today, a vote is expected on Congressman George Santos's future on Capitol Hill. Coming up, why some of his fellow Republicans say it is time to expel him. 4:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. New details this morning. A vote is expected on Congressman George Santos's future at 10:30 this morning. And the debate, it's getting heated on Capitol Hill. Some of his fellow Republicans say it is time to expel him, while others argue he hasn't been granted due process.
If we have an opportunity in this great institution to start a new precedent, one, that means we hold members of the House of Representatives to a higher standard. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty confident that the American people would applaud that.
It's a higher standard, so we should just throw away everything that's happened from the first Congress to the 118th because the new precedent is more robust. The problem is it's a lower standard for due process without merit.
Santos faces 23 federal felony charges related to fraud and misusing campaign funds. He denies the allegations, but admits that he made mistakes. Also on Capitol Hill, as we take you live there now, House Republicans taking aim at President Joe Biden's border policies in a Foreign Affairs Committee hearing. They scheduled the hearing to review current and previous immigration policies, including the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy requiring asylum seekers to remain south of the border until their U.S. immigration court date. Witnesses called by Republicans accused the Biden administration of weakening border security.
It was a patchwork of policy programs and regulations that helped secure that border. And as each one was taken down, starting with MPP, but others were taken down as well, we started seeing the unraveling of the border.
Last year, a Trump-appointed judge prevented the Biden administration from ending the program. Mexico will reject any efforts to reinstate it. President Biden is calling on Congress to pass new immigration legislation to address these issues. Multiple attempts at the bipartisan deal have failed. Back live to Capitol Hill, where House Republicans are ramping up their efforts to impeach President Biden. It is surrounding his son Hunter's business dealings. National correspondent Christine Frizzell shares the alleged new evidence from the GOP.
The impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden has so far been unofficial, with Republicans on Capitol Hill once again trying to change that.
The time is now to open up an impeachment investigation pertaining to the president's direct link to blatant corruption, pay-for-play tactics, and acting as a co-conspirator to the crimes committed by his family.
The House Oversight Committee has been digging into thousands of bank documents connected to the president's son, Hunter Biden, and his business associates, and just released a 2018 email from a bank investigator responsible for fighting money laundering, raising red flags about millions of dollars in fees being paid out, but which he writes do not appear to have any services rendered by Owasco PC, an entity controlled by Hunter Biden. Also calling the activity, quote, unusual and erratic. More evidence GOP lawmakers are hoping will get every member of their party to vote in favor of an official inquiry.
For months, House Republicans have followed the facts and, more importantly, followed the money, and it all has led right back to President Biden.
Since allegations surfaced before the 2020 election, President Biden has insisted he and his family members are innocent.
My son's done nothing wrong. I trust him, I have faith in him, and it impacts my presidency by making me feel proud of him.
Both the president's brother James and son Hunter have now been subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee. Hunter now insisting he will only testify publicly, accusing GOP lawmakers of distorting the facts and misinforming the public. Despite being under indictment by the Department of Justice, Hunter Biden has also recently filed multiple lawsuits, including against former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani, and even asked a judge to approve subpoenas for Donald Trump himself, who he claims tried to pressure DOJ officials. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Thank you, Christine. Well, the gag order blocking former President Donald Trump from disparaging court staff in his New York civil fraud trial is back in effect. The judge in that case imposed the gag order in early October after Trump blasted the judge's law clerk on social media. 2 armed carjackings within 24 hours at a Baltimore hospital. Coming up, the outrage and safety concerns from the community. And throughout the state of Maryland, police departments are struggling to hire enough officers to keep you safe. Still to come in our next half hour, the factors that could be hurting recruitment despite more incentives.
Our temperatures are not too bad right now, a little chilly, but we're tracking our next weather maker. That's the rain that's coming our way. We'll talk about how long that rain sticks around.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, thanks for joining us on this Friday, December 1st. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. First day of a new month.
Yes, and it feels like it's going to be, we're back. I mean, November felt really cold, and now it feels like we're going back a little bit spring-like.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with what we can expect.
Yeah, by the time we get to the weekend, we're talking about those numbers that'll slide up into the lower 60s, about 10 degrees above average. But still chilly right now with temperatures in the 20s and 30s as you make your way out. Under partly cloudy skies, looking good here from our Towson camera right now. But we're tracking our next weather maker, and that's the rain that's going to be headed our way as we head to the middle of the day today. 20s in Cockeysville and Rosedale right now, 31 Essex and Middle River over to Baltimore City, 32 in Brooklyn Park. So still grab a jacket as you make your way out. Tracking those showers with those milder weekend temps. That's part of the weather story for today. So as you get out on the road, your morning drive is going to be dry, I should say, this morning. It's going to be later this afternoon that wet weather moves in. More on your full forecast coming up in a few.
And that is good news for commuters, Justin, as we take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here. Again, looking pretty good out there. Our Beltway cameras showing very light volume. Again, dry conditions, perfect time to get up and head out.
I think it's really scary, and I think it's terrible for somebody to do that when they know that we're here helping people.
This morning, another community on edge after two armed carjackings within 24 hours at the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital right in Baltimore. Both victims are hospital staff members, and they tell police they were held at gunpoint in the employee parking lot. Other employees and parents say they're stunned anyone would target people who care for sick children.
Questions are now rising about how the suspects got into the fenced-off parking lot, which is in a wooded area. We have Olivia Dance joining us now live with an update on where the investigation stands here this morning. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Megan, this morning the search is on for the suspects, and as you mentioned, many are still on edge, wondering how these suspects were able to get through the fencing and onto the campus here at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Now, the hospital is going to be bringing in additional security resources. We actually see some security patrol vehicles here right now, and they're also going to be bringing in dog patrols as well. Now, two employees were the victim of an armed carjacking within just 2 days back to back. Baltimore police got the first call just before 6 o'clock on Wednesday. A female employee's car taken by a man armed with a gun. Then just after 11 o'clock Thursday morning, police got another call for a Toyota Camry taken in a carjacking. Both incidents happened in the employee parking lot in the back of the building near a wooded area. Investigators say the female employee told police that a man and woman approached her, pulled a gun, and demanded that she give them her keys, and then they sped away. Now, parents of patients and employees at the hospital here are reacting to what happened.
Yeah, it's kind of like messed up, man, because, you know what I mean, people got right to have their stuff right. You know what I mean? And they taking care of people when you're doing this to them.
I thought about the woods behind the parking lot anyway, and I always look down there just to see if there's anybody down there when I'm going to the parking lot.
Now, police say that there are no injuries to report in both cases, which of course is good news for the hospital staff. But again, there's no word on any arrests in this case. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Many people say that Maryland can't wait to see change. They want to see it now. Fox 45 News brought those concerns to Governor Wes Moore this week. He says the laws need to be re-examined, but he hasn't offered any concrete solutions. The governor also stood by DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, calling him a reformer.
We're very clear on the challenges that DJS has had and that have been long-standing. We're clear that when we came into office, we walked into a DJS that was understaffed and underfunded. And it's the reason why I appointed a true reformer.
Well, Schiraldi defended the state's juvenile crime laws in an interview with Fox 45 News this spring. He says juveniles should not be exposed to the adult prison system until they turn 25.
The systems we have now, when you put these young people in adult systems, they really don't do well. Kids that are really young are much more of a social service problem than they are a criminal juvenile justice problem. And when you have a 12-year-old or an 11-year-old in a detention facility with a bunch of 17 and 18-year-olds, all you're doing is teaching that kid how to become a worse criminal.
Some former lawmakers and police leaders criticizing Schiraldi, saying those policies will make Maryland less safe.
You're basically saying up until the age of 25, which is what he wants to do, you get a free ride.
Unfortunately, legislators, lawmakers, have decided that it's better to support the lawbreakers rather than those who are enforcing the law.
Now, Schiraldi also supports ending probation and parole for offenders of any age.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Vincent Schiraldi is the right person to lead DJS? So far, 96% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Now to an update. The Bel Air Edison Safe Street site has been inactive for more than a month in the wake of an FBI investigation.
Federal agents showed up at the site at the end of October, executing a search warrant where sources are telling Fox 45 News several electronics were seized.
Fox 45 News is looking into the impact the closure is having on the community. Crime data from Baltimore police show there haven't been any shootings or homicides in the Bel Air Edison Safe Street zone since the FBI search. The data shows there have been 6 non-fatal shootings and 3 homicides this year.
Now, the goal of Safe Streets program is to stop anyone from shooting. But even if those efforts were paused in the neighborhood, the data shows crime is actually declining.
Leaders with LifeBridge Health, the nonprofit that's managing the Bel Air Safe Street site, addressing the closure on WBAL radio, saying staffing is the main issue.
We won't decide ever on our own to necessarily shut down a site. We'll do it in coordination with Muncie there. And that's why we, with our partners in the mayor's office, are going to make sure that we're going to reopen Bel Air when the time is right, we have the right staff, when it's safe to proceed there.
Now, when it comes to the Safe Streets worker who appears to be linked to the federal investigation, David Caldwell, he will not appear in court until January.
Caldwell is facing state charges after law enforcement found illegal ammunition in his home while they were executing a search warrant. He is on unpaid leave.
Well, Fox 45 News has been following the Safe Streets program for years. You can find all of our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Ceasefire negotiations collapse. We're live in Gaza with the latest on the resuming airstrikes on the Strip just ahead.
We're tracking our next weather maker, bringing some rain showers as we get into today and into the weekend as well. We'll talk about just how much rain we're looking at coming up.
Israel and Hamas failing to reach an agreement on a truce extension before the midnight deadline.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with more on the military operations picking up the Gaza Strip. Good morning, Taylor.
Good morning, and you can already see it looking live over Gaza this morning as airstrikes have resumed in this war. It's ramping right back up. Now, for the past 7 days, Israeli and Palestinian hostages were released and much-needed aid and supplies were delivered to the war-torn region. Thursday, 8 more hostages were freed, but Hamas failed to fulfill Israel's terms to release 10 people, instead just releasing the 8, now claiming they were having trouble locating additional hostages. By midnight, rocket sirens were heard in the Saradot area in the final hours of this truce. It's as Israeli strikes resume in the Strip. Now, in Thursday's final captive release, Israel traded 30 Palestinian prisoners, some of whom were jailed for crimes as serious as attempted murder. Right now, about 140 hostages remain in Gaza, with more than 100 freed as part of this truce. Virtually all of those freed have been women and children, though, with few such hostages remaining in Gaza. Reaching a deal on a future ceasefire could prove more challenging. Hamas is expected to set a higher price for remaining captives, especially Israeli soldiers. Now, the resumption of airstrikes also halting the flow of critical humanitarian aid into Gaza. You're looking right here at the Rafah crossing and the buildup there as trucks try to get in. Now, talks are still underway to try and get another ceasefire deal done, but get more help aid, get some more aid in as well, but possibly secure some more hostages. But we'll keep you posted here from the Live Center. Back to you.
Well, today we are tracking on and off rain showers this weekend, and we're going to be feeling above average temps.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long your next weather maker will be sticking around.
Our Toys for Tots roll call is starting right now. Coming up, how you can help us fill up these toy bins and brighten kids' holidays this season. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by your Baltimore area Honda dealers.
The holiday season is here, and right now our annual Toys for Tots roll call is just beginning. You can help us make the holidays brighter for local families in need.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Towson University's South Campus Pavilion with more on what your generosity means. Good morning, Shannon.
Hey, good morning, Tom and Megan. Yeah, we are back for the same incredible effort at a whole new location. We have a giant Humvee that just pulled up, and we're going to be stuffing it full of toys this morning. And joining me this morning, the man behind the mission here, Gunnery Sergeant Quiroz. Thank you so much for putting this all on. This is an incredible effort.
Yes, thank you very much. It's something we love putting on every year. It's to kick off to our Toys for Tots season. Pretty much what's going to be happening this morning is we'll be calling out all of our partners in our local area to come help us out and collect some toys.
Yep, and so tell us, what is the need this year? We have some toys here already, and we want to kind of show them off here, but we're trying to fill up these toy bins.
Absolutely. The need every year is to fill toys from age ranges 0 to 15. But usually this time of the year, we usually fall short of the younger years. So 0 to 3 is usually the age group we have a hard time with, to include the teenagers. Teenagers aren't the cheapest to buy these days, so
true.
So we definitely need help in those age groups. But for the most part, these are the items we're looking for. So anything that anybody can provide helps.
Okay, so this roll call, it's going on all morning long. For people who haven't participated, how can they get involved even this morning?
Even this morning. So we're going to be here throughout the morning. But if you miss us today, you can catch us throughout our many events scheduled on our website under our contacts page. Feel free to look us up and find us over there.
Okay, so that's where they can make donations on your website?
Absolutely. You can make a monetary donation online, or you can come find us at those sites.
So you've been a part of this, and you have seen the impact. Tell us, how this benefits kids in our area.
It benefits tremendously, because unfortunately times are tough, and for a lot of folks in Baltimore, economy's hit us pretty hard. So anything we can provide to help our community is a big deal, because the mission of the Marine Corps is to let everybody know that there is hope. And the Marine Corps is going to make sure everybody gets Christmas.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sergeant Quiroz. Such an incredible effort that we're going to be putting on all morning long, and you have a chance to come out here throughout the end of this show. So that's how long our roll call is lasting for, and we would love to see you out here. Tom, Megan, we'll send it back into you.
Yeah, all right, Shannon, thank you. Yeah, a little quiet now, but it is going to get busy soon. We want you to stop by for our Toys for Tots roll call today. As Shannon was just saying, commanding time to the Towson University South Campus Pavilion through 9:30 this morning to donate a toy, or just to stop by and say hi. If you can't make it to the roll call this morning, you can still drop off a toy at your local Honda dealer now through December 15th. And if you show up, Shannon may put you on air.
We have really giving viewers, and it's an amazing time to be able to see that here today. So thank you for that. Well, astronomers, meantime, discovering a rare family of 6 planets about 100 light years from Earth.
The exoplanets are larger than Earth, but still smaller than Neptune. They're in a little understood class called sub-Neptunes, commonly found orbiting sun-like stars in the Milky Way. But what makes this one so rare is that this planetary system orbits their sun, aligning all 6 planets every few orbits. Even rarer, little has changed since the system formed more than an estimated billion years ago.
How do they know that? If we just discovered this, how do we know that? It boggles my mind. It's amazing.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff out there.
Yep.
A lot of stuff.
Every day,
Still to
finding
see.
new things.
Absolutely. That's what the Webb thing does, the Webb telescope.
Right.
Just keeps looking deeper and deeper into the past, not the future.
Yeah.
I look into the future. That's my job. So that's what we got to do right now, guys. Looking outside our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Overall, we got partly cloudy skies. Not a bad start to your morning here for your Friday. And overall, we are taking a look at the temperatures. That right now at BWI at 31, so we're just below freezing. No wind to speak of at this time. And the rain is holding off for now. The HD radar is all quiet here. Let's zoom out and show you where some of that wet weather is in parts of Indy over through Columbus into Lexington, Kentucky. So everything is well to the west of us. This area of low pressure, kind of the center of this system in the Central Plains, and that's going to be tracking toward us over the next couple of hours. So let me show you our updated future scan. This takes us through about noon. We're dry this morning. By about noontime, you'll start to see a few scattered showers here and there. Really looks like the bulk of the rain between between about, I'd say, noon and 2 p.m. In the 3 and 4 o'clock hour, another round of a few showers. So kind of the steady off and on rain is what we're going to see as we have. That doesn't really make sense. Steady rain showers that will be with us, and a few scattered showers that will be more off and on as we head into that 7 and 8 o'clock hour for tonight. And everything moves out of here by the overnight hours through tomorrow morning. In fact, most of Saturday is going to be dry. We may pick up a stray shower or two late tomorrow afternoon and into Saturday night. So it's really kind of Friday afternoon and then Saturday night, the timing of the rain as you get out and about here for your forecast. Bus stop forecast, make sure those kids are bundled up this morning. Upper 40s and lower 50s for our high temperatures. So even with the rain, kind of a colder day. We almost got to 60 yesterday afternoon. Upper 40s and lower 50s for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties for your high temperatures today. Notice our numbers are going to sneak up. In fact, we're talking about above average numbers for Saturday and Sunday with lower 60s on the way. We even hang on to the upper 50s through Monday before those numbers fall off next week. That first full week of December will be more December-like and decidedly cooler. So here's kind of the larger picture of this future scan. You can actually see 11 a.m. that system moving closer to us, and then right through the bulk of the afternoon is when those rain showers will be here. Dry for tomorrow morning, and then that next round of rain sort of rolls in Saturday night into Sunday morning. We're looking to see that rain move out of here by Sunday afternoon. But again, you may see a few leftover stray showers for the most part. So a little unsettled as we head into the first weekend of the new month. But again, our temperatures are going up. So after 50s today, we'll be in the lower 60s for Saturday and Sunday. Upper 50s on Monday. Now notice next week we do stay drier. Some of the models wanted to bring in a little bit of a wintry mix next Wednesday, but that's kind of backing off for right now. So we're going to stay dry, but notice those temperatures only go into the upper 40s.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning, these live cameras looking great around the region right now, but we are seeing major delays. 895 southbound, south of Boston Street. Cars stopped right there. We're going to try and figure out what's going on through that area. See if we can. Oh, there's our camera shot right there. So you can see traffic really delayed through that stretch, and it's extending quite a while here. So try to avoid this section if possible. All right, let's get a check now of mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. The Camden and Penn lines look good for travel, but on the Brunswick line, you'll find Brunswick 870 with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. Light rail is on time from end to end. If that's your ride, no delays or problems there. And Metro Subway on Schedule 2 in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The debate surrounding FBI's new headquarters location heats up. After the break, why federal agencies are now looking into an alleged conflict of interest.
The Baltimore Police Department is over 500 officers short. Coming up next, the laws that some say are driving down recruitment. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
525, and now to an update on the debate surrounding FBI's new headquarters.
Federal agencies are looking into the decision to award Greenbelt the location after Virginia lawmakers claim there was a conflict of interest in the decision-making process.
Now, they argue one of the appointees tasked with choosing the site asked General Services Administration to change selection criteria to favor Greenbelt over Springfield, Virginia. And they claim they have a personal interest in the Greenbelt property. FBI Director Christopher Wray also expressed concern about this conflict of interest.
Well, a group of Maryland lawmakers pushed back on the claim yesterday, saying General Services selected Greenbelt because it is the best site. They went on to say any objective evaluation would find Greenbelt is the better site, and the selection process was thorough and transparent.
Well, now taking you to the nation's capital, where the Senate Judiciary Committee authorizes subpoenas in Democrat Supreme Court ethics probe.
It comes despite only 11 Democratic senators approving it. No other senators voted.
Republican members walked out during the vote after Democratic Chairman Dick Durbin said he would not allow votes of any of their 177 amendments. He called them a stalling tactic. Republicans opposed the subpoenas, calling them the results of Democrats' political opposition to the conservative Supreme Court. The subpoenas are for conservative activist Leonard Leo and GOP mega donor Harlan Crow over their involvement with gifts to justices.
Today, the next weather maker is on its way, bringing off and on rain showers to the region. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how above average temperatures we'll get this weekend.
And just ahead from the Live Center, a vote to expel Congressman George Santos. The heated battle on the House floor and why Santos says he will not step down. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It's Friday, December 1st. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Christmas, 24 days.
I updated the calendar this morning. I was so excited.
Yes,
Advent calendars start now.
That's right. In fact, speaking of Advent calendars, a little wine in your daily calendar?
Wine, cheese, and chocolate this year.
You are living the life.
Doing all three. Yep. Good morning to you guys. We're talking about rain showers as we get into the afternoon today, and it is our next weather maker that we're tracking right now on our HD radar. You can see some of those showers that are well to the west of us. Haven't even really moved into West Virginia yet, so this is still in the Ohio River Valley and more of the Midwest. But we're going to be tracking that rain moving closer to us by the time we get through the middle of the day today. 28 your number in Cumberland right now, 39 Hagerstown and Westminster, 31 in Baltimore City, upper 30s for you in Annapolis. So still grab a jacket as you make your way out, and no issues with the rain for your morning drive. We're going to stay dry here with temperatures in the 30s for the next couple of hours. High temperatures today will be cooler, only lower 50s, but look at those 60s on the way for Saturday and Sunday as well. So overall, milder start to the month. Back with your full forecast in a few.
Those of us in law enforcement are still trying to understand and feel our way through it. But how will you expect a young person that's trying to decide whether a career choice, whether I go into the IT field or do I become a police officer?
Well, this morning in a city in crisis, crime rages on as the Baltimore Police Department struggles to hire officers.
Now, critics say recruitment is down all across the state because new laws are painting police in a negative light. Well, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with Maryland Police Union's concerns. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Tom, since the changes, the Baltimore Police Department saw a 79% increase in resignations, and they're still over 500 officers short.
If we can't get men and women to join the ranks, we will start to see more crime.
According to Sergeant Clyde Boatwright, president of the Maryland Fraternal Order of Police, recent changes to Maryland laws are handcuffing recruitment efforts. One law that Boatwright takes issue with outlines when an officer can use force, and he says that it puts officers in danger. Another one of those changes is the repeal of the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights. It was repealed back in 2021. In the same year, the Maryland Attorney General established the Independent Investigation Division as part of police reform. Now, Boatwright says it could be politically or racially motivated.
What this now does is it gives the Attorney General's office, who is supposed to be an independent body, but they are not independent because they do the investigation and they get to decide whether or not they're charging. They know some of their views on different things, and they wonder if that will play a role in the determination of whether or not someone will be prosecuted or not.
Now, we sent the Attorney General's office these questions on your screen, including, do you think these laws and repeals have drove down recruitment of potential officers? What steps are being taken to make sure that investigators are unbiased? And finally, as crime spikes across the state, should the Attorney General revisit these changes? Now, the shortage of officers is not just in Baltimore City, but also Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, and Montgomery County are all actively recruiting to fill shortages. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore's police department added new benefits for new recruits more than a year ago, including a $5,000 signing bonus and a housing allowance for officers' first full year in the department. At the time, law enforcement experts said the efforts wouldn't be enough to bring in more officers, citing low morale. They also pointed to keeping politics out of policing.
You've got to have a unified operations. Let the police commissioner do policing and get the mayor out of that, because so far it's been a catastrophe.
Now, the state mandated Baltimore's police department change its districts in July. They are now based more off of population and calls for service across the city. And Commissioner Richard Worley says he's continuing to adjust numbers of officers in each district, but none of the districts are fully staffed, and he's hired 2 more individuals to separate the duties, both for patrol officers and also detectives. Happening today, a vote in Congress to expel Representative George Santos.
Taylor Stewart in our live center with more on the heated expulsion debate the country hasn't seen in years. Taylor.
I mean, that's right, Megan. A vote like this, the first in over 2 decades. You're looking live over the Capitol, where once again embattled New York Congressman George Santos will be in the hot seat. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are calling for his resignation.
He is a perpetrator of a massive fraud on his constituents and the American people.
It found substantial evidence that he engaged in fraudulent conduct.
Now, it comes after a scathing House Ethics Committee report accusing Santos of exploiting his candidacy for his own profit and downright lying about his experience. He's charged with 32 felonies that range from stealing people's identities to making charges on his own donors' credit cards without permission. But Santos is not going quietly, accusing his colleagues Thursday of bullying.
It is a predetermined necessity for some members in this body to engage in this smear campaign to destroy me. They want me out of this body. The people of the 3rd District of New York sent me here. If they want me out, they're going to have to go silence those people and take the hard vote.
Now, this expulsion is the most severe form of punishment that happens in the House. It requires a 2/3 majority vote to go through. That vote today is set for 10:30 this morning. We'll keep you posted here at the Live Center.
Thank you, Taylor. Well, today we are tracking on and off showers as our next weather maker is rolling through for the weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long the rain will stick around and how the temperatures will hold up.
It is early, but these donations, they are already coming in for our Toys for Tots roll call. Coming up, how you can get involved and help brighten kids' holidays this season. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by your Baltimore area Honda dealers.
It is your chance to make a difference this holiday season.
Yeah, Fox 45 is teaming up with the U.S. Marines for our annual Toys for Tots roll call, and it's all happening right now.
We have Shannon Lilly live from Towson University's South Campus Pavilion with how you can bring cheer this holiday season. And you've got a brand new location there, Shannon, to hopefully gather a lot of folks.
Exactly, Megan. All morning long, we are gathering toys to help kids in need this holiday season. We already have some donations coming in. Very exciting, and it's still early this morning. But I want to bring in Master Gunnery Sergeant Matthew Lentz here. You're with the Hamilton Young Marines, and these are the donations you guys have brought in. You've done this year after year. Tell us why.
So
Personally, for me, I've done this for the past, tomorrow actually marks 7 years of the first time doing this. I've done this every year because this is personal to me. Me and my family actually had a lot of support from Toys for Tots over the years. When my cousin was sick when I was younger, they gave us a lot of toys to help us be able to give him a happy holidays without having to focus the money on Christmas and focus it onto his health. So it helped us a lot through his time, and after his passing, it really helps me kind of stay connected to him because it's something that supported him, and I'm able to give that back to people as well.
Wow, so you have seen the impact firsthand.
I have, and it's been really positive on our end. So being able to give that back to the community is something that I know is bringing a lot of other kids a happy Christmas as well.
Yeah, so what's that like to now be on the other end of things and be able to give back?
Being on the other side is actually it brings me joy. A couple years back, we helped giving toys out at the warehouse, and seeing the smile that the parents had alone just from being able to know they could give their kids a good Christmas, it brought a smile to me, and knowing the fact that it's also going to positively impact these kids as well.
Well, that is just so incredible, and we thank you for your donation. This is amazing. And again, all morning long, we're going to have people come in, bring toys just like this. We want you to get involved. So let's bring in Gunnery Sergeant Key Rose again to talk about the need here this morning.
Absolutely, the need. So we're looking for toys everywhere from 0 to 15. Boys and girls, and if you're not able to get it out here today, you can catch us out at many of our other events that are listed on our website.
And where can people donate?
They could donate at any of our drop sites, which are additionally listed on our contacts page on our website.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you so much again. And it's going to be a fun morning. We've got a lot of people coming in, a lot of exciting groups that are here to donate. And so we're going to keep you guys posted throughout the morning, but we'd love to see all of you at home out here this morning. Tom, Megan, we'll send it back to you.
Shannon, thank you so much. And we're going to put information here for all of our viewers looking to head out. We'd love you to stop by our Toys for Tots roll call there today. Come anytime to the Towson University South Campus Pavilion through 9:30 this morning to donate a toy or just say hi. If you can't make it to the roll call this morning, you can always still drop off a toy at your local Honda dealer now through December 15th.
This weekend, right here on Fox 45, we have a handful of games that you will not want to miss. After the break, a look into our programming so you know what's to come.
And the season of giving is here. And here at Fox 45, that means our countdown to Christmas continues. Stay tuned and wait for your cue to call in to win the next gift in our countdown to Christmas. It's 5:42 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. This weekend, conference championship games are kicking off all around the country. Tomorrow, Big Noon Saturday kicks off right here on Fox 45. Starting at 3 p.m., you can catch the Mountain West Championship game where Boise State and UNLV will go head-to-head in Las Vegas. Then, number 2 Michigan Wolverines and number 16 Iowa Hawkeyes, they're kicking off at 8 p.m. for the Big Ten Championship game.
Oh, and then stick around to watch NFL kicking off right here on Fox 45 starting at 11 Sunday. Then at 1 o'clock, Miami Dolphins and Washington Commanders, they'll be kicking off in the DMV. To finish out your sports-filled weekend, you can watch San Francisco 49ers and the Eagles of Philadelphia Eagles going head-to-head right in Philadelphia. Kickoff is at 4:25.
Well, here at Fox 45, we love seeing how you are celebrating the holiday season. It's December 1st. It's okay to do it now, especially when it combines Ravens' pride and holiday spirit. Adrienne sent us this picture of her in Alistair, and they are ready to cheer on the Ravens next weekend when they take on the LA Rams at M&T Bank Stadium. Pretty cute there. In the middle there, Sandra sent us this picture of her beautiful Frosty the Snowman themed tree. Very nice. Then on the right, Virginia sent us this picture of her tree with her cat mama chilling right next to it. See the cat there? Trees and cats, you got to be careful.
Oh, yeah. Lots of times trees come down when the cats are around.
Yep. All right. If you're going to cut down your Christmas tree, maybe this weekend could be a good time.
Yeah, in fact, you may want to grab an umbrella, though. Meteorologist Justin Tamer is talking about rain moving through.
Yeah, it's really going to be later this afternoon that we'll have to deal with the bulk of the rain. And then a couple of points throughout the weekend where we will see a few of those showers as well. As of right now, our Towson cam looking pretty good. We have a few clouds kind of hanging around right now. Our temperatures are kind of hovering right near or even slightly below freezing. 31 your temp right now in Towson. You can always catch those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. And on the bottom, we've got some forecast info for you. That's up even during commercial breaks. That way we are setting you up for success on this Friday and every day for that matter. Our HD radar, we're all dry up and down the East Coast, but you can see that next weather maker that is brewing in parts of the Central Plains and the Midwest. That's the area of low pressure right there from St. Louis to Chicago over through parts of the Ohio River Valley. That's where we're seeing some of those rain showers at this time. And what's going to happen over the next couple of hours is we stay dry for the bulk of the morning, but right about noontime, you'll start to see at least a couple of showers develop. A little bit of a southerly wind will bring in temperatures that are still going to be kind of on that cool side. Into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, a couple of scattered showers here and there through the most of the afternoon. Into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour, we'll keep those showers going even through about 7 p.m. tonight. Most of the rain moves out of here by tomorrow morning, so we're going to be dry for a good part of Saturday, and then I'd say by 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, a couple of more showers will develop, and even into Saturday night is when more of that rain will roll through. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they are appointed with the proper gear, the rain gear, that is. We've got the PM showers here, especially as you pick them up from the bus stop. So 30s this morning. We'll get to the lower 50s this afternoon, which is going to be near average for this time of year, but definitely cooler than the upper 50s we saw yesterday. Most of us in the upper 40s and lower 50s across Westminster and Cockeysville to Bel Air, 53 Chestertown and Stevensville, 52 your high today in Annapolis, and up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 40s and 50s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. Warmest spot in Southern Virginia will be at Richmond there at 55. All of us are going to see some warmer temperatures as early as tomorrow and even into Sunday. You look at these numbers, that's about 10 degrees above average, lower 60s for both days. Even into Monday, we hang on to some of that above average temperature trend before we get into Tuesday and Wednesday next week, and those numbers will drop back down. All right, so here's kind of the wider picture. That system coming in this afternoon. As I mentioned, we're drier tomorrow morning, but then as we get into Saturday afternoon and early Sunday morning, we'll see a few of those leftover showers as well, right about 7, 8 o'clock. Hopefully drying out nicely for the Mayor's Christmas Parade in Hamden starting at 1 o'clock. And by Sunday afternoon, it does look like maybe a scattered shower or two. Overall, keeping kind of the cloud cover around, but we'll take those temperatures in the lower 60s. Much better than if we did that parade earlier this week when we were talking about those highs in the 30s. All right, 57 on Monday. And then as we head toward next week, we do stay mainly dry, but those temperatures will feel a lot more like December. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network. And there's some police activity 895 that was southbound that caused a backup about a half hour ago. It was pretty big. Now you can see it's wide open. No issues report. Whatever happened there, they got it cleared up. So that's some good news. The only marker that we have on our traffic map Here is one incident that's US 29 southbound right near US 40, which is Baltimore National Pike. There's one vehicle involved on the left side, not causing any delays, but there's one vehicle accident there. Everybody else should move along just fine. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Happy Friday, Mark.
Happy Friday, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got train 841 on the Camden line operating with a 10-minute delay, and also Penn train 511 running 5 minutes late. A long time for travel there. Light rail is on schedule, no delays if that's your ride. Looking good for the commute start. And Metro subway on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A Safe Streets location remains closed a month after being searched by the FBI. Still to come, Fox 45 News investigates if its absence is having an impact on Baltimore's crime fight.
And today, a vote is expected for Congressman George Santos' future on Capitol Hill. He would be the first Republican ever to be voted out. Why some of his fellow Republicans say it's time to expel him. 5:51's the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .554, a convicted sex offender flees to Baltimore. A man who investigators say held a woman captive at knife point for days is now in custody. Here's Alexa Ashwell with Maryland's Most Wanted.
Up until about 8 months ago, investigators say they knew the whereabouts of Teron Allison. The convicted sex offender has since seemingly disappeared, now believed to be somewhere here in Baltimore. And with a criminal history that dates back to the 90s, investigators fear it's only a matter of time before he commits another crime.
Alamance County, North Carolina, convicted sex offender Teron Allison has failed to properly register with the local sheriff's office. Deputies check his listed address only to realize the 65-year-old had gone on the run.
These people operate under the radar.
Authorities launch an investigation, soon receiving intel Allison may have fled north. investigators enlisting the help of the U.S. Marshals Service.
So both federal and state officials have recognized the repeated behaviors that come with sex offenses.
According to investigators, Allison was found guilty of a sex crime in North Carolina back in 2003. Court documents detailing his victim was a teenaged girl. As a result of his conviction, Allison is required to register as a sex offender. But his criminal history, investigators say, goes beyond a sex crime.
This offender actually has a criminal history dating all the way back to the 90s. Not only was he found guilty of indecent liberties with a minor, but he also has an extensive criminal history that involves domestic violence situations in which he was charged with assault on a female and both drug possession and drug trafficking.
According to investigators, at one point, Allison was even running a stash house where criminals will often store drugs and their profits.
Cocaine and marijuana.
Several months ago, investigators say they received information Allison was here in Baltimore, specifically here on North Pulaski Highway in the Mondawmin community.
Facts gathered during the investigation indicates that he has family and community ties up here. He's known to travel back and forth between Maryland and North Carolina.
Family and friends. How investigators believe Allison has been able to elude law enforcement. Authorities stressing Allison must be taken into custody.
Oftentimes they rely on family members who think that oftentimes that they put their criminal past behind them. It is in the interest of public safety that we get off the street.
Take a good look. Allison stands at about 5'5" and weighs approximately 145 pounds. Investigators say he does have the alias, that nickname Baltimore. He's also known to have scars on his left hand and stomach area. If you have any information regarding the whereabouts of Allison, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshals Service. The tip line number 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly, 202-819-5058.
Update. The Baltimore man accused of holding a woman captive in their home at knife point for days is now in custody. Back in January 2023, Nicholas Young went on the run. Shortly after appearing on Maryland's Most Wanted, Young was arrested by Maryland State Police in Graysonville, Maryland. Investigators say he assaulted another victim and had barricaded himself in an apartment. Young was finally taken into custody and is now facing charges in both jurisdictions.
If you recognize any of our fugitives, remember, you can always remain anonymous and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
All right, Alexa, thank you. The Baltimore Police Department reports an uptick in certain crimes around the city. The latest 7-day data shows a spike in non-fatal shootings and robberies, although those numbers are down this year overall. Surveillance video shows a suspect shooting a man on North Monroe Street in West Baltimore. Police hope that this video helps to find the suspect. This is one case contributing to the 83% spike in non-fatal shootings across the city. The latest data shows robberies spiked 35% in 1 week. Former BPD Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson gave his thoughts on the crime crisis.
Historically, robberies tend to increase as we approach the end of the year around the holidays. So not terribly unexpected, but it's compounding a year where already robberies are up pretty significantly. So I think you probably can draw more conclusions from the robbery numbers than you can from the shooting numbers.
Fox 45 News reached out to Baltimore police asking what they attribute to these increases. A spokesperson wrote in part, local, state, and federal officials are working aggressively to address gun violence throughout the city, including an increase in arrests and working to take guns off the streets.
This morning, the search is on for the suspects who carjacked employees here at Mount Washington Children's Hospital. Coming up next, the new security measures that the hospital is implementing.
And just ahead from the Live Center, ceasefire negotiations collapse and airstrikes resume. We'll take you live to Gaza as the war ramps up.
Our temperatures are going to be on the cooler side this morning. We're tracking our next weather maker. That's the rain that's headed our way.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up at 6 o'clock here on a Friday morning, December 1st, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. A Friday. Now it's officially the holiday season,
Oh, yeah.
too. Here we go.
A lot more lights going up. Will be a good weekend if you haven't started yet, like some people. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast.
Yeah, some people, me too. Yeah, I got to get out there this morning when I get off work because we got to get that stuff done before the rain rolls in the middle of the day today and into the afternoon as well. So we are tracking that next weather maker, which is going to be the rain that's coming in as we head later into the day. Our Towson cam looking good right now, about an hour away from that sun coming up, and you can start to see a few of those clouds kind of hanging around. It's chilly this morning. Temperatures right near freezing. We're tracking the rain showers, but milder conditions and temperatures for the weekend as well. 20s and 30s in the area right now. 29 in Cockeysville and Columbia. We're at 32 in Baltimore City, 37 in Annapolis. So your morning drive, no issues with the rain. It's going to be your afternoon and evening when that rain rolls through, but temperatures stay chilly. So make sure to grab a jacket as you head out. And get that umbrella and throw that in the backpack as well. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. This morning, another community on edge after 2 armed carjackings within 24 hours at the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital in Baltimore. Both victims are hospital staff members. They tell police they were held at gunpoint in the employee parking lot. Other employees and parents say that they are stunned anyone would target people who care for sick children.
Well, questions now raising about how those suspects were able to get into a fenced-off parking lot, which is in a wooded area. Olivia Dance is joining us this morning with an update on where the investigation stands. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom, this morning the search is on for the suspects, and as Megan mentioned, many are still on edge, wondering how these suspects were able to get inside the fencing and onto the campus here at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Now, the hospital is bringing in additional security resources, including dog patrols. We've actually seen several patrols out driving around campus this morning. Here's one coming up right now. For background, 2 employees were the victim of an armed carjacking within just 2 days back to back. Baltimore police got the first call just before 6 o'clock on Wednesday. A female employee's car was taken by a man armed with a gun. And then just after 11 o'clock on Thursday morning, police got another call for a Toyota Camry taken in a carjacking. Both incidents happened in the employee parking lot in the back of the building, which is near a wooded area. Investigators say the female employee told police that a man and woman approached her, pulled a gun, and demanded she give them her keys, and then they sped away. Now parents of patients and employees at the hospital are reacting to what happened.
Yeah, it's kind of like messed up, man, because, you know what I mean, people got right to have their stuff right. You know what I mean? And they taking care of people when you're doing this to them.
I thought about the woods behind the parking lot anyway, and I always look down there just to see if there's anybody down there when I'm going to the parking lot.
Now, police say that there are no injuries to report in both cases, which of course is good news for the staff here at the hospital. But again, there's no word on any arrests for both incidents. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now to an update. The Bel Air Edison Safe Street site has been inactive for more than a month in the wake of an FBI investigation.
Yeah, federal agents showed up at that site at the end of October executing a search warrant where sources are telling Fox 45 several electronics were seized.
Fox 45 News is looking into the impact the closure is having on the community. Crime data from Baltimore police show there haven't been any shootings or homicides in the Bel Air Edison Safe Street zone since the FBI search. The data shows there have been 6 non-fatal shootings and 3 homicides this year.
Now, the goal of Safe Streets program is to stop anyone from shooting. But even with those efforts paused in that neighborhood, the data shows crime is actually declining.
Leaders with LifeBridge Health, the nonprofit that manages the Bel Air Safe Street site, addressing the closure on WBAL radio, saying staffing is the main issue.
We won't decide ever on our own to necessarily shut down a site. We'll do it in coordination with Monty there. And that's why we, with our partners in the mayor's office, are going to make sure that we're going to reopen Bel Air when the time is right. We have the right staff when it's safe to proceed there.
Now, when it comes to the Safe Streets worker who appears to be linked to the federal investigation, David Caldwell, he won't appear in court until January.
Now, Caldwell is facing state charges after law enforcement found illegal ammunition in his home while they were executing a search warrant. He's on unpaid leave.
Israel and Hamas failing to reach an agreement on a truce extension before that midnight deadline.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with more on the military operations picking up in the Gaza Strip. Taylor.
That's right. Looking live over Gaza this morning, where you can see that smoke billowing already as airstrikes resumed and the war ramps back up. For the past 7 days, Israeli and Palestinian hostages were released and dire aid delivered to the war-torn region. It set off some emotional reunions like the one you see here on your screen. But Thursday, Hamas failing to fulfill Israel's terms to release 10 people, instead releasing just 8 hostages, claiming they were having trouble locating the additional captives. Well, by midnight, rocket sirens were heard in the Sderot area during the final hours of the truce as Israeli strikes resume. And here's why.
Quite simply, because Hamas decided not to hold up their part of the agreement and not release women and children. We still have 17 women and 2 children that are being held hostage by Hamas. They did not agree to release them, and therefore they broke the agreement. This is where we are this morning.
Over the last few days, Israel traded 30 Palestinian prisoners, some of whom jailed for serious crimes as attempted murder. Right now, 140 hostages remain in Gaza, but more than 100 have been freed as part of this truce. Virtually most of them have been women and children. Hamas is expected to set a higher price for the remaining hostages, especially Israeli soldiers. The resumption of airstrikes also halting the flow of critical humanitarian aid into Gaza. You're looking at the Rafah crossing, where you can see that buildup of trucks in Egypt. Now, talks are still underway to try to get another ceasefire deal done, but it would help get more aid in and possibly secure the release of more hostages, but could prove more challenging in the future. We're going to keep you posted right here at the Live Center.
If we can't get men and women to join the ranks, we will start to see more crime.
Fox 45 taking a deeper dive into police shortages all across the state of Maryland. Why officers and the state police union say recent laws are incentivizing people not to join the force.
Our Toys for Tots roll call is happening now, and the donations, they are already coming in. Coming up, how you can help us stuff this Humvee full of toys for kids this holiday season.
Our temperatures are in the 30s right now. We'll see milder numbers for the weekend, but we're tracking our next weather maker. That's going to be that rain coming in later today. We'll break it down coming up.
Before we go to break, we want to take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network, and you can see some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. We do have one issue out on the Bay Bridge. Disabled is right in the middle of the roadway there, and that's causing a slowdown westbound. We also have that one in Ellicott City, right near Baltimore National Pike, where there's also a vehicle involved there in Howard County that is causing a slowdown right near Ellicott City. Other than that, you can see the cameras that we have pulled up around the roadways show you're moving along just fine.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by your Baltimore area Honda dealers.
6:10, and today is the day. Our annual Toys for Tots roll call happening right now, and you can help us put presents under the tree for families in need.
Such an amazing morning. Shannon Lilly live at Towson University South Campus Pavilion. She is talking to people doing just that, making the holiday season brighter. Shannon, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Tom. That's exactly right. The spirit of giving, it is definitely in the air this morning. And I'm here with Ligarian with Clear Ridge Defense. And I mean, you got your Hot Wheels, you're ready to go. Tell us about your business, what you're doing here this year.
Clear Ridge Defense, we're a cybersecurity company in the local area, and this is our 5th year participating in Toys for Tots. It's always a spirit of joy to give to kids and hopefully bring smiles and cheer to those that are less fortunate.
And you're specifically holding the Hot Wheels because this is what you would personally want, right?
Absolutely. This would be for me. If I was a kid, I actually had one when I was younger, and I never forgot the joy that brought me playing with my brothers and sisters. And I'm hoping that one day I'll get a big boy toy.
Yeah, and I've heard that's the best advice. Bring what you would want as a child, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. That's the best thing you can do. You enjoyed it as a kid, and what joy and heartwarming gift that you can bring to somebody else. This is definitely the toy I would give.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I know that this isn't your first year necessarily because you've been a part of this for many years, right?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I'm a Marine. I'm just retiring. Actually, 31 December is my retirement date, and we've been doing Toys for Tots. I've been doing Toys for Tots for years to help bring joy to kids around the world.
Well, that's incredible. Thank you for your generous donation. Again, we've got a whole Humvee full of toys that we are trying to pack full this morning. You can help us do it. And real quick, we want to get back over to Gunnery Sergeant Kiros, who's just going to tell us real quick how people can donate.
Absolutely. If you can't make it out here this morning, you could go online to our website and view our drop sites listed throughout the counties.
All right, he said it there. We already have a lot of toys, Megan and Tom, but you can never have enough.
Shannon, we got to put you to work and have you start loading that truck.
Oh, we will. We will.
All right, thank you, Shannon. It is the holiday season, so make sure you do everything you can to stay healthy. In our 7 o'clock hour, we take you under the microscope as to why it's safe to get your COVID and flu shot at the same time.
Interesting. But first, today at 10:30, a vote expected on Congressman George Santos's future. After the break, a Washington insider shares his thoughts on whether or not he should be expelled. 6:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:15 on a Friday morning, and the weekend is upon us.
Oh my gosh, we're here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the rain that's also about to be here.
That's exactly right. That's the next weather maker that we continue to track. We've been talking about this basically all week, how we will be dealing with some of those rain showers as we get later into the day. First half of the day is going to be just fine, and you can actually kind of see it's a little bit blurry here, but our Mile 1 Auto Group cam looking in Towson, seeing some of those clouds out there right now and dry conditions. Still definitely need a jacket as you make your way out with temperature right near that freezing mark at 32 degrees. Overall, you can see on our hourly future scan, this takes us through about noon today, and notice a couple of spotty showers that will start to develop. And then as we get later into the afternoon, more of those rain showers will be with us. Kind of a steady rain here through the later part of the afternoon, and also temperatures that really don't get out of the 40s and lower 50s. So kind of a colder rain will be with us here on your Friday. Maybe you get into Friday evening, date night plans. Well, maybe you want to do an indoor date night to just kind of hang out on the couch there and get those blankets all nice and wrapped up around you. Now, tomorrow morning, this is Saturday at 7 a.m. And you can notice that we'll have a lot of cloud cover, but we're mainly dry. And most of Saturday will be dry. It's as you get about 5, 6 p.m. when you have the potential of a couple of leftover showers that will be rolling through. Really, Saturday night into early Sunday morning is going to be the next round of rain. So it's a little unsettled as we head into this first weekend of the new month. But the best news is we got some warmer temperatures around the corner. So 33 next hour, beep, beep, as those kids get out to the bus stop, make sure they have the umbrella and the rain gear ready to go. 50 by about noontime, and we'll only get to about the lower 50s here. So again, the warm weather, the warm gear that you need for that cold weather. Upper 40s and lower 50s across central Maryland for your high temperatures today. And up and down the 95 corridor, same thing, 40s and 50s for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. Now, these are the temperatures I was talking about tomorrow. Some of us climb into about 10 degrees above average, lower 60s both Saturday and Sunday, even though we'll have those clouds around and a few spotty showers. The temperature's not looking too bad before we get colder next week. The larger picture, that future scan rolling through with our system today. And then tomorrow, late into Saturday night and early Sunday morning, that'll be that next round of rain right there as that low passes through. But by Sunday afternoon, we do look to see the rain moving out of here. And Monday right now is looking dry, as is most of next week. An update on your holiday countdown next Friday, the first night of Hanukkah. We're just 20 days away from the winter solstice, and we talked about it earlier, 24 days until Christmas, so 23 shopping days left for Christmas. Here's that 7-day forecast. We're going to be colder next week, so enjoy these above average temperatures this weekend before those numbers drop back off. Let's check in with Mark Jones now, get an update with our mass transit. Happy Friday, Mark. Good morning.
Well, happy Friday, Justin. Good morning, everyone. You'll find out there right now on the MARC train system, Camden Train 845 and Penn Train 511, operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for your commute start. Out there on light rail, no delays, but Metro Subway expect about an 8 to 10-minute delay in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station in your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Every member expelled in history of this institution has been convicted of crimes or Confederate turncoats guilty of treason. Neither of those applied to me, but here we are.
Congressman George Santos charged with conspiracy, wire fraud, false statements, falsification of records, aggravated identity theft, and credit card fraud. Today, the House is set to vote on expelling him. Well, joining us this morning for this week's Washington Wrap political commentator and D.C. insider, Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
Santos would be the first Republican to be expelled. If they were to vote that way, it appears that there is about enough support to vote him out.
Well, he has admitted himself that his days in Congress are over, that he would not go out without a fight. He's also advocating that Congressman Bowman, who pulled the alarm during the critical debate to shut down the government, should also be expelled. Listen, Tom, I think it all boils down to everything we see today, whether it's Hunter Biden, whether it's the Biden family, whether it's Donald Trump. It's accountability and responsibility. There are consequences when you commit certain kinds of behaviors and certain kind of actions in this country. And, it is a tough vote for Republicans to have to expel their own. But listen, they've got to set up the higher moral ground. It's not something that Speaker Johnson wants to do. But listen, George Santos, we still don't know George Santos is Tom. We have no idea who he is. And there's no question that his bank records, his resume, his use of campaign funds were fraudulent. It was illegal. I mean, it's not a witch hunt. This guy has committed some very serious crimes. And so they do have the argument and the justification to expel him so he's accountable. To set an example that we as Americans are still a nation about rules of law, and no one is above that rule of law.
Armstrong, though, we also heard from Matt Gaetz, Congressman Gaetz. He was arguing, saying we need to follow due process, and now is not the time. Why are we rushing this? If he does not get expelled, what do you have to do in order to be expelled from Congress?
He will be expelled, Tom. You do exactly what Jerry Santos has done, and you'll be expelled. Listen, it's not Democrats driving this narrative. It's Republicans overwhelmingly that will vote against their own.
All right, Armstrong Williams, yeah. So history today, after we had 6 other Democrats in the House be expelled in history, now the first Republican set on the chopping block today. Thank you.
And you know, they're not being expelled because they're Democrats and Republicans. They're being expelled because of their activities, which are immoral and illegal and unethical. Yes, actions.
Thank you, Armstrong.
Well, let's take a look at some of the events happening today across our region. U.S. Senator Ben Cardin will be joining leaders from the beloved Community Services Corporation and the Upton Planning Committee to tour the site of the future Justice Thurgood Marshall Center. Justice Marshall's former school will become a hub for civil rights history and education. That event kicks off later this morning, happening at 10:30 at the school. Plus, Mayor Brandon Scott, he is going to be joined by the mayor's office of LGBTQ Affairs Director to observe and raise awareness for AIDS at the 2023 World's AIDS Day Community Celebration. This event begins tonight at 6 p.m. It's happening on East 33rd Street. And the King is back. After 3 years away, Elvis will re-enter the building at Baltimore's notorious Night of 100 Elvises this evening, happening at the Lord Baltimore Hotel from 4 p.m. until 2 a.m. Tickets are available online at nightofone00elvises.com. All of the proceeds are donated to the wonderful children's music education and instrument donation nonprofit Hungry for Music.
December is finally here, and it's the busiest time of year for the U.S. Postal Service and other mail carriers. Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, a transparency watchdog shares if it costs more this time of year to mail or order a gift.
The Baltimore Police Department is over 500 officers short. Coming up next, the laws that some say are driving down recruitment. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
626, don't be a Grinch because it's the most wonderful time of the year.
And here at Fox 45, we love seeing how you are getting into the holiday spirit. Let's take a look.
Yeah, in fact, this picture is sent to us from Babs Carter of her Christmas tree with some stockings hung up on the fireplace. And according to Babs, there's gnome place like home for the holidays. Thank you, Babs, for sending the photo and for the humor.
I get it. And this picture sent in to us from Lori Gallagher. This is her Great Dane George posing for their Christmas card. George is handsome. Look at him. He knows he's cute. Lori, thank you for sending that in with us.
Now remember to chime in your holiday photos so we can share them right here on Fox 45. Scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in. There you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
It was a cool start to your Friday morning, but just how long will that last? Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how your weekend forecast is shaping up.
Our Toys for Tots roll call is happening right now, and we are trying to stuff this massive Humvee full of toys for kids this holiday season. How you can help us achieve this goal, that's all coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on a Friday, December 1st. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Have to say happy birthday to my wife, Jean. Yes,
Yay,
it's her
happy
birthday today.
Jean.
We're
Yay.
excited. It's going to be a great night. The problem is, will we be, thank you, yeah, round of
Very
applause
nice,
for Jean.
very nice.
Very good, yeah. Will we be staying inside or will we be able to have dinner outside?
Oh, good question. Let's find out. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, where's Jean celebrating tonight? In or out?
I got to tell you, she's the better Rogers out of the two of them. So, but I mean, I like Tom. mom, but love jeans. So, but overall, we're going to be seeing some rain showers. So yeah, if you have date night plans, you got to bring the umbrella if you do want to be out. Nothing you can't handle. You can see our HD radar right there. Getting a little bit of that radar information starting to get updated back into our system, and we are seeing some more of those showers here that are in west of us over parts of the Ohio River Valley. All right, our temperatures right now statewide in the 30s and 40s for a lot of us. 32 in Baltimore City, 37 your temp in Annapolis at this time. So temperatures are going to stay mainly in the 30s for the next few hours. Mr. Bo says we're good to go and dry for your morning drive. It's going to be this afternoon that rain rolls in. We'll track it for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. This morning, in a city in crisis, crime rages on as the Baltimore Police Department still struggles to hire officers.
Critics say recruitment is down across the state because new laws are painting police in a negative light. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the Maryland Police Union's concerns. Olivia?
Well, Tom, since the changes, the Baltimore Police Department saw a 79% increase in resignations, and they're still over 500 officers short.
If we can't get men and women to join the ranks, we will start to see more crime.
According to Sergeant Clyde Boatwright, president of the Maryland Fraternal Order of Police, recent changes to Maryland laws are handcuffing recruitment efforts. One law that Boatwright takes issue with outlines when an officer can use force, and he says it puts officers in danger. Another one of those changes is the repeal of the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights. It was repealed back in 2021. In the same year, the Maryland Attorney General established the Independent Investigation Division as part of police reform. Boatwright says it could be politically or racially motivated.
What this now does is it gives the Attorney General's office, who is supposed to be an independent body, but they are not independent because they do the investigation and they get to decide whether or not they're charging. They know some of their views on different things, and they wonder if that will play a role in the determination of whether or not someone will be prosecuted or not.
We sent the Attorney General's office these questions on your screen, including, do you think these laws and repeals have drove down recruitment of potential officers? What steps are being taken to make sure investigations are unbiased? And finally, as crime spikes across the state, should the Attorney General revisit these changes? Now, the shortage of officers is not just in Baltimore City, but also Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, and Montgomery County are all actively recruiting to fill shortages. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley announces dozens of promotions aimed at making the department more efficient and building a community policing program. Commissioner Worley appointed 2 new deputy commissioners. Monique Brown will oversee patrol and community policing, and Kevin Jones will run the Criminal Investigation Bureau. The department is also adding 3 lieutenant colonels. Each one will oversee 3 police districts. The changes go into effect on Sunday.
Well, happening today, a vote in Congress to expel Representative George Santos.
Taylor Stewart in our live center with more on the heated expulsion debate the country hasn't seen in years. Taylor.
That's right. A live look over an ominous looking Capitol Hill this morning. A vote like this has not happened in over 2 decades. Now, once again, the embattled Congressman George Santos, he's going to be in the hot seat with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle calling for his resignation.
He is a perpetrator of a massive fraud on his constituents and the American people.
It found substantial evidence that he engaged in fraudulent conduct.
Now, this comes after a scathing House Ethics Committee report accuses Santos of exploiting his candidacy for his own profit and downright lying about his experience. He's charged with 32 felonies ranging from lying about campaign finance to using his donors' own credit cards without permission. And he's accusing his colleagues, though, of bullying him.
It is a predetermined necessity for some members in this body to engage in this smear campaign to destroy me. They want me out of this body. The people of the 3rd District of New York sent me here. If they want me out, they're going to have to go silence those people and take the hard vote.
Now, this expulsion is the most severe form of punishment for a lawmaker in the House. It requires 2/3 of a majority vote to get to that vote. It's happening at 10:30 this morning, but mind you, this has only happened 6 times in history, according to the AP. We'll keep you updated from the Live Center.
Taylor, thank you. Transgender in America is continuously grabbing headlines, but the growth of the movement isn't as organic as you might think. Still ahead, the surprising interest behind the well-funded transgender lobby.
A couple from Israel living in fear. What they have to say about their experience during the war. All this ahead on Full Measure.
And a dry start to your Friday, but showers will be moving into the region.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker and how it may impact your weekend plans. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Snapshots of steam fog in South Carolina. Steam fog is common, mostly in the fall and in winter's early days when lake or river water can still be relatively warmer than the air above it. Water evaporates, the moist air mixes with the much colder and drier air over it. Humidity maxes out, then the water vapor condenses, resulting in steam fog.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by your Baltimore area Honda dealers.
6:39, and it's your chance to bring holiday cheer to those who need it most this year. Our annual Toys for Tots roll call happening right now.
Let's go back out live to Shannon Lilly. She is at Towson University's South Campus Pavilion talking to people who are making a real difference. Shannon, how's it going out there?
Oh, it's going great, Megan. I mean, we are just seeing so much generosity this morning, and we do want to give a special shout out to Mark Peterson. He donated 12 of these skateboards here, so he couldn't be with us this morning, but he is just such a big supporter of Toys for Tots, and he donates every single year. So we wanted to thank him, but we are seeing these donations just come pouring in. In fact, we have a whole trailer full of donations that just came in, so let's go over here and talk to Mackenzie with the Plumbers and Steam Fitters Union. And I mean, we were just so excited. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry about that. We were just so excited when we saw you guys pull up. You have so many toys and you do this every year.
Yes, man. This is our second year doing it this year. You know, we just want to give back. We're in the place that we're fortunate enough to give back, and we want to instill that sense of community. We're trying to be pillars of our community and leaders of our community.
Yeah.
And make some kids' Christmases this year.
And so we saw you here last year. This is something you do every year?
Yep, this is something we're trying to do every year.
Okay.
We're going to keep doing it because you got to be the change you seek.
So we see a lot of donations coming in. How did you get so many people
We had
to
about
donate?
2 weeks, and we actually used some of our own fundraising money.
Wow.
We got some toys last night, and we got 5 boxes total. We went to a good toy store in Ellicott City, and we're gonna make some kids' Christmases happen this year.
Yeah. Why is this so crucial for you guys?
In today's world, I think it's important to reach out and give to your community, and we need to see more of it. You gotta be, like I said before, you gotta be the change you seek.
Yep.
You gotta make it happen if you want to see it.
Yeah, well, he said it right there, and you can also make it happen if you're at home. We want to see you out here. Our roll call is going on throughout the morning until the end of the show, so you still have some time. We're going to start loading up all of these bins, guys, so we've got a lot of work to do this morning.
Oh, yeah, keep it going. All right, Shannon, thank you. We want you to stop by for our Toys for Tots roll call, and as you see, it's happening right now. Come by anytime at the Towson University South Campus Pavilion through 9:30 this morning to be able to donate a toy. Just say hi, and you may be on TV. If you can't make it to the roll call this morning, you can still drop off all of your toys at their local Honda dealers now through December 15th.
The gift of football is coming your way all weekend long. Just ahead, we're going to break down all the action you can catch right here on Fox 45.
And if football is not the gift that's right for you, stick around, because coming up, you'll have a chance to win one of the first giveaways in today's countdown to Christmas. 6:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
This morning, another community is on edge after 2 armed carjackings within 24 hours at the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital in Baltimore. Both victims are hospital staff members, and they tell police that they were held at gunpoint in the employee parking lot. This morning, we have Olivia Dance joining us live now. Olivia, what can you tell us about where the investigation is standing here this morning?
Well, Megan, this morning the search is still on for the suspects, and many are on edge wondering how these suspects were able to get into the fence and onto campus here at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Now, the hospital is increasing and adding additional security measures and resources, including dog patrols. We've actually seen several of these patrols driving around campus this morning. Now, for background, 2 employees were the victim of an armed carjacking within just 2 days back to back. Baltimore police got the first call just before 6 o'clock Wednesday. A female employee's car taken by a man who was armed with a gun. And then just after 11 o'clock Thursday morning, police got another call for a Toyota Camry taken in a carjacking. Both incidents happened in the employee parking lot, which is in the back of the building near a wooded area. Investigators say that the female employee told police that a man and woman approached her. They pulled a gun and demanded that she give them her keys, and then they sped away. Now, coming up in just about 15 minutes, hear how staff here at the hospital are reacting to what happened. Back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. 6:46, and we've got a next weather maker moving in.
That's right. In fact, meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the full Weather Authority forecast for us, and especially over the weekend.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. The first weekend of December. The good news is we've been talking about how those numbers are going up, especially tomorrow and on Sunday. We're going to see some lower 60s around here, but we are tracking the next weather maker. Now, we're dry right now. Just stepped outside a moment ago. A nice cold-ish morning for sure. We can definitely see your breath, and you can feel that moisture there that just really kind of cuts through your bones for sure. But our Towson cam showing us that we have a little bit of that morning glow. Sun comes up just after 7 o'clock this morning. We're right at 32 at the freezing mark in Towson, and really not much wind to speak of for this hour. So on our HD radar, you can see those showers developing in areas just to the west of us, especially in parts of West Virginia, just south of Pittsburgh as well. So starting to creep a little bit closer to western Maryland at this time, but we're still dry here. The center of this system is this area of low pressure in the Central Plains. That's going to kind of be the engine that will drive all of this and push it toward us as we head into the day today. So this is our hourly future scan. We'll stop the clock at noon. You can see a couple of light showers developing. Really, most of the rain's going to come after noon today and into that 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Kind of a steady rainfall for most of us, and even another round of showers in that 7 and 8 o'clock hour for your Friday night. But by tomorrow morning, we actually will be a bit drier. Most of Saturday is going to stay dry, even though we'll have a couple of scattered showers that may roll through, especially Saturday late evening into early Sunday morning. So a bit of unsettled weather for the weekend. Our temperatures, though, not too bad. Next few hours in the upper 30s and lower 40s as you enjoy coffee and breakfast with us right here. Sun goes to bed tonight at 4:44. We will see at least potential for some breaks of sun here for the day today, but overall our temperatures will be cooler than yesterday, with a lot of us in the upper 40s and lower 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. High temperatures for you in Hartford and Cecil counties also in those upper 40s and a few lower 50s there. Chesapeake City over to Perryman as well. Now our temperature tracker, this is what I was talking about. Look at those numbers climbing above average on Saturday and Sunday, even upper 50s through Monday, but notice those numbers drop next week as that cold, more December-like weather will be with us. So there's the future scan, the system passing through today. Most of tomorrow's dry. This is tomorrow evening into that 6 and 7 o'clock hour. And then we'll have another round of showers early Sunday morning. This is about 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. By Sunday afternoon, it's looking that system is going to continue to pass off toward the east. So we should stay dry. We're hoping to stay dry for that Mayor's Christmas Parade in Hamden starting at 1 o'clock. Dundalk Christmas Parade is tomorrow at 3 o'clock in Dundalk. So hopefully we'll keep the rain away for you as well. But you can see those temperatures as we head into the weekend and early next week. We do stay mainly dry. There were some indications, some of our weather models, that next Wednesday wanted to get a little wintry. That's backing off now. And it looks like we're going to be mainly dry through the course of next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. This weekend, conference championship games are kicking off all around the country. Tomorrow, Big Noon Saturday kicks off right here on Fox 45 starting at 3 p.m. You can catch the Mountain West Championship game where Boise State and UNLV will go head-to-head in Las Vegas. Then, number 2, Michigan, the Wolverines, and number 16, Iowa Hawkeyes kicking off at 8 p.m. That's for the Big Ten Championship game.
Well, stick around for watching the NFL right here on Fox 45 starting at 11 Sunday morning. Then at 1, the Miami Dolphins, Washington Commanders kick off in the DMV to finish out your sports-filled weekend. Watch the San Francisco 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles going head-to-head right in Philadelphia. That kickoff is at 4:25.
Did you hear those jingle bells? An elf just ran through the studio.
Dropped off this gift?
Yes, it is time to open up the next gift in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway. So here's the deal. We open the gift first, then you can call in.
The only problem is we can't open this one. It says it right on the package.
Do not open until Christmas, producers.
What are we going to do?
You talk to Santa. They have word from Santa.
Oh, okay, great. Right from Santa. All right, well then, all right. Just making sure. I don't want to get on the naughty list again.
No, that was a bad year.
Yeah, be like Justin Chambers.
It's rough.
Yeah. All right, let me see here. What do we have? We've got a taped up box.
I'll take this.
Thank you. And
get in there. Oh,
all right, let's go.
Nice.
What do we have here? Something soft.
What do you got? Oh my goodness! Look how cute. You can feel like a superhero, Tom, with these superhero baby toys. The set includes a Batman activity today and Superman blanket. All of these items, as you take these out, they are worth $36 that you can buy on Amazon. Super cute.
Yeah, all right. So he's got a big cape, Superman, a little tiny Superman, and a big-headed Batman.
Kids love those.
And the teething ring and everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
that's
perfect.
very cute.
Well, now is the time to call, right?
This is it.
Call the number right there, 410-469-8308. Caller 10 right now gets to take this gift home. So Merry Christmas and good luck.
This is fun.
Week 13 of the NFL is here with a ton of good matchups ahead. Still heading our 8 o'clock hour. We have an inside look at what teams are making a push for the playoffs this week in your pigskin predictions.
And stick around, because if you weren't the lucky winner just seconds ago, we are giving away our next gift coming up in our 7 o'clock hour.
We can all win, though, with one thing right now.
What's that?
Hot cup of coffee.
Oh, let's take a coffee break.
6:55 in this morning in a city in crisis. Neighbor complaints end with police finding a slew of stolen dirt bikes and ATVs, plus some illegal guns and live ammo.
It happened just last week in East Baltimore. Baltimore police executing a search warrant at this home on North Luzerne Avenue. The homeowner was arrested and now faces dozens of charges.
The arrest also comes a year into the city's new street racing law that's aiming to crack down on dirt bikes and stunt driving.
Fox 45's Amy Simpson takes a closer look at whether or not that law is working.
You're a master. A rare glimpse behind the scenes. Baltimore police sharing this video.
George, 4.
As officers executed a search warrant last week, recovering 17 dirt bikes and ATVs. Some of them reported stolen, along with illegal weapons and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. 41-year-old Kevin Bridgeforth facing 47 charges. Court documents reveal 5 of the dirt bikes were reported stolen in Harford and Carroll counties, as well as Leesburg and Camden. So far this year, Baltimore police report seizing 186 illegal dirt bikes, surpassing a reported 180 seizures during all of 2022. In October, Fox 45's drone captured an aerial view of the city's Pulaski impound lot, and seen inside was a graveyard of dirt bikes. Councilman Isaac Yitzhak Schleifer sponsored a stunt driving and street racing bill last year, looking to crack down on the dirt bike problem.
Until now, it's been hard to enforce because the laws that would apply to this behavior is really nominal, and so therefore it's never really been enforced.
The measure signed into law by Mayor Brandon Scott, implementing up to a $1,000 fine or up to a year in jail for violators.
It's not only a safety issue for the citizens and visitors, it's a safety issue for the riders.
And this spring, police spoke to Fox 45 News amid heightened efforts to catch dirt bike riders, using technology to track them down.
We utilize City Watch, Foxtrot video, other cameras in the city to identify the riders. This takes away that whole chase mentality.
But in a city grappling with gun violence and juvenile crime, the question is asked time and time again: where does enforcement of dirt bikes fall on the priority list?
If you're a police department, you have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Of course, violent crime is always a top priority, but you can't let neighborhoods descend into chaos and anarchy.
I'm quite sure the police commissioner in Baltimore is focused on bodies. The main priority is life, and then it's limbs, and then it's dirt bikes.
As Amy Simpson reporting another issue plaguing Baltimore City, the rise in car thefts this year. More than 10,000 vehicles have been stolen. Actually, it's really close to 11,000 as of this morning. That's up more than 200% from 2022.
The mayor recently releasing a plan to address the spike in thefts. The initiatives include multiple steering wheel lock distribution events, system upgrade clinics to improve security in Kias and Hyundais, distributing GPS trackers for city residents to put in their cars, and also expanding the city's network of license plate readers.
Now, some have criticized the plan as too little, too late, pointing out that it does not directly address youth crime in the city. Baltimore police say juveniles make up 38% of the cars that were stolen this year, but only 2/3 of their suspects are reported to the Department of Juvenile Services, and just 5% end up serving any time at a DJS facility.
It is Hamas's decision to attack, take our people hostage, and it's also in their hands if they want to try to have a shredded dignity and try to let these people come back home.
Israel resumes military operations in Gaza after leaders say Hamas violated a temporary truce. The search for more hostages as Israel fights back.
This morning, the search is on for the suspects who carjacked employees here at Mount Washington Children's Hospital. Coming up next, the new security measures that the hospital is implementing.
Our temperatures are chilly this morning. We're tracking our next weather maker, rain, for your Friday and possibly into the weekend. We'll break it down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Just about 7 o'clock on this Friday morning, December 1st. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Brand new month and not feeling like December.
No, it doesn't. In fact, it feels a little bit more kind of like spring-like, if you will. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here looking at our next weather maker coming up in just a few hours.
I don't follow. I mean, I guess the temperatures you're talking about this weekend, guys, the 60s?
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking at? Yeah. Well, we're going to be milder as we get into the weekend, but it's definitely cold right now with temperatures still in the 20s and 30s, and overall today will be cooler. We are tracking the rain that's rolling in. You can see it there on the left side of your screen, starting to creep in to parts of western Maryland. This is all part of that next weather maker. And look at all of that rain through the central plains and the Midwest that's going to be moving into our region in the next couple of hours. But yeah, it's still cold out there. 28 in Rosedale, 29 Cockeysville, 31 in Baltimore City and Essex, 32 your temp currently in Brooklyn Park. So a chilly Friday morning, tracking those rain showers, and yeah, definitely milder weekend temperatures for the first weekend of December. Out for a run or a jog, if you want to get it in now before the rain rolls in, you're good to go just on the cold side with temps staying in the 30s. Back with your full forecast in just a few. How are we doing on that Friday commute so far, Tom?
One issue that we need to tell you about, in fact, emergency crews are just starting to move away right now. They just pulled off. You see that crashed vehicles on the right. An emergency personnel is stopped traffic, and they drove that one vehicle that's involved. 3 vehicles here. This is right near 70, outer loop, 695, and looks like they're about to move those vehicles off to the shoulder and get everybody moving, but otherwise it's causing some major backups, as you can imagine. 695 right near Woodlawn and 70.
Israel and Hamas failing to reach an agreement on a truce extension before that midnight deadline.
Taylor Stewart is joining us from our live center this morning with more on the military operations that are picking up all along the Gaza Strip this morning. Taylor.
That's right. Looking live over Gaza this morning, where airstrikes have resumed as this war ramps back up. Now, for the past 7 days, Israeli and Palestinian hostages were released and dire aid delivered to the war-torn region. It set off some of these emotional reunions between loved ones. But Thursday, Hamas failing to fulfill Israel's terms to release 10 people, instead releasing just 8 hostages, claiming they were having trouble locating additional people. By midnight, rockets, sirens were heard through the Sderot area during the final hours of this truce. Israeli strikes now resuming, and here's why.
Quite simply, because Hamas decided not to hold up their part of the agreement and not release women and children. We still have 17 women and 2 children that are being held hostage by Hamas. They did not agree to release them, and therefore they broke the agreement. This is where we are this morning.
Now, over the last few days, Israel traded 30 Palestinian prisoners, some of whom were jailed for crimes as serious as attempted murder. Right now, 140 hostages remain in Gaza. More than 100 people have been freed as part of the truce. Virtually all of those freed have been women and children. Hamas is expected to set a higher price for the remaining hostages, especially Israeli soldiers. The resumption of airstrikes, though, also halting the flow of critical aid into Gaza. You can see that buildup here at the Rafah crossing in Egypt. This morning, we're also getting word the IDF dropped leaflets in southern Gaza calling for immediate evacuations as military operations expand. We'll keep you posted here from the Live Center.
All right, Taylor, thank you. This morning, another community is on edge after 2 armed carjackings within 24 hours at the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital in Baltimore. Both victims are hospital staff members, and they tell police that they were held at gunpoint in the employee parking lot. Other employees and parents say they are stunned that anyone would target people who care for sick children.
And questions are now rising about how the suspects were able to get into that fenced-off parking lot, which is in a wooded area. Olivia Danch is joining us live this morning from the scene with an update on where this investigation stands. Olivia?
Well, Tom, this morning the search is on for the suspects, and as Megan mentioned, many are still on edge, wondering how these suspects were able to get into the fence and onto the campus here at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Now, this morning the hospital is bringing in additional security resources, including dog patrols. We've actually seen several patrols out driving around on campus all morning here. For background, though, 2 employees were the victim of an armed carjacking within just 2 days back to back. Baltimore police got the first call just before 6 o'clock on Wednesday. A female employee's car taken by a man armed with a gun. And then just after 11 o'clock on Thursday morning, police got another call for a Toyota Camry taken in a carjacking. Both incidents happened in the employee parking lot in the back of the building, which is near a wooded area. Investigators say that the female employee told police that a man and woman approached her, pulled a gun, and demanded she give them her keys, and then they sped away. Parents of patients and employees at the hospital are reacting to what happened.
Yeah, it's kind of like messed up, man, because, you know what I mean? People got right to have their stuff right. You know what I mean? And they taking care of people when you're doing this to them.
I thought about the woods behind the parking lot anyway, and I always look down there just to see if there's anybody down there when I'm going to the parking lot.
Police say that there are no injuries to report in both cases, which of course is good news for the staff here at the hospital. But again, there's no word on any arrests in both of these cases. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. The car crime is extending beyond Baltimore City. This week, a Baltimore County woman told Fox 45 News 2 teenagers carjacked her at gunpoint just steps from her home in Rosedale. The attack left her with a black eye and a concussion. She says those responsible need to be held accountable.
These kids don't have consequences, and that's what makes me very angry. And I am furious, and I'm going after these. I want to prosecute. I want to see some type of retribution.
Other city residents say their concerns about juvenile crime are not being heard. A Butchers Hill woman says she is just lucky to be alive after a 12 and 14-year-old were caught on camera here assaulting her and trying to steal her car.
Law, I'm pissed off at the law. This should never, and what if this could have ended really badly? If I hadn't seen them behind me and turned, I could have hit my head. They had a screwdriver. They could have stabbed me if they really wanted to, you know? That's not okay.
Well, the boys were released by police after a few hours. Police say the 12-year-old suspect is connected to more than a dozen car thefts across the Baltimore area. He was 11 at the time.
Many people say Maryland cannot wait to see any change, and they want to see it now. Fox 45 News brought those concerns right to Governor Wes Moore this week. He says the laws need to be re-examined, but he has not offered any solutions. The governor also stood by DJS Secretary Vincent Giraldi, calling him a reformer.
We're very clear on the challenges that DJS has had and that have been long-standing. We're clear that when we came into office, we walked into a DJS that was understaffed and underfunded. And it's the reason why I appointed a true reformer.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Vincent Giraldi is the right person to lead DJS? So far, as you see on the bottom of your screen right there, 96% of those who have voted responded no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
7:07, and it's time to get a check of our forecast.
That's right. Are you doing anything outdoors this weekend? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has you covered. I mean, there's a parade going on Sunday afternoon.
There sure is. There's a parade tomorrow afternoon, too, in Dundalk, and all sorts of good things. I think there's another one in White Marsh tomorrow, like at 10 o'clock in the morning. So all sorts of things happening as we're deeper into the holiday season. So, yeah, there is going to be rain for this afternoon. If you want to get some stuff done between now and I'd say about 1, 2 o'clock today, you're good to go. As you can see right now from our Towson camera, a few clouds kind of hanging around with that sun coming up in just a moment. You can see on the left side of your screen a little bit of a wintry mix in parts of western Maryland right now. That's some of that pink mixing in with the green as those temperatures are definitely colder. The wider picture showing us more of those showers developing south of Pittsburgh, and that's going to be moving toward us as we head toward the afternoon. So 20s and 30s, even a few lower 40s out there right now. Making your way out, make sure to bundle up, get that jacket on, and also have the umbrella ready to go. You can see that out the door cast behind me. Have the rain gear ready to go too. We'll track what we can expect for the weekend in terms of the rain and also those temperatures that are going up.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by your Baltimore area Honda dealers.
7:09, it's your chance to make a difference. This morning, Fox 45 is teaming up with the U.S. Marines for our annual Toys for Tots roll call.
Here we go. Shannon Lilly live amid all of the action, all of the excitement at Towson University's South Campus Pavilion. Shannon, we're already seeing folks coming and giving gifts.
Oh my gosh, the generosity we're seeing, Megan and Tom, it is just incredible. I'm here now with Jeff Miller with Baltimore area Honda dealers, and you brought this whole truck full of donations this morning.
I did, yeah. So we have a brand new Honda Ridgeline here that we've got some of the toys that we've collected so far. We're really excited to be a part of this organization.
Yeah, this is your first year too, right?
It is, yeah. This is our first year being a part of the Marine Toys for Tots, and we really couldn't be more excited to be participating. So there's 11 Honda dealers in the Baltimore area, so convenient locations for anybody to come by and bring their new unwrapped toys.
Okay, so you guys are accepting donations now through
December 15th. And if anybody needs to figure out where the nearest Honda dealer is, just go to BaltimoreAreaHondaDealers.com, put in your zip code, and you can find one of us nearby.
Jeff, thank you so much. But hey, guys, we have a lot to get to. Something really exciting. The Baltimore Ravens cheerleaders are here for the first time this year, cheering on our Toys for Tots roll call. Oh my goodness. So much excitement in the air, and we need to get over here to Sergeant Major Shute to talk about the Marines and just the impact that you guys have on the community.
Yes, ma'am. Well, first we'll talk about the 4th Combat Engineer Battalion here in Baltimore. It's a Marine Reserve Battalion that activated in 1943. It has somewhere around 1,000 Marines to serve, and their mission is to reinforce and augment the active component in different types of engagements. Our Marines in Baltimore are all throughout the community collecting toys at different collection events to serve the local community. And the unique thing is a lot of our Marines are from this area, the majority of them, so they get to serve and give back to their community.
And we're seeing the impact already. I mean, talk about Toys for Tots.
So Toys for Tots it's a nationwide campaign, and you collect new and unwrapped toys and donate at multiple different collection events throughout the communities. For Toys for Tots Baltimore, you can go to the website, look at the contacts. If you can't donate today or over the next couple weeks, there's several collection events that they can give out.
76 years of doing this, and it's just incredible to see the work that you're all doing.
Yes, ma'am. The Marines, like I said, from the community. This is their community, and they love to give back. They love to serve, and they're out collecting toys almost daily.
Well, that's just incredible. And you can help us in this effort. Again, we got the Baltimore Ravens cheerleaders out here, and we want to see you out here for our Toys for Tots roll call. This is going on all throughout the morning, so come join us now until the end of the show. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, and Shannon, I mean, the Ravens have a bye week, but the cheerleaders are still working, especially that bottom row, those guys with the ladies standing on the shoulders. Good job. Yeah, there you go, getting a break. Well, we want you to stop by for our Toys for Tots roll call today. Go out and visit Shannon anytime at the Towson University South Campus Pavilion before 9:30. So you've got about 2 hours left this morning to donate your toy, or you can just stop by and say hi, meet the cheerleaders. If you can't make it to this roll call this morning, you can still drop off a toy at your local Honda dealers you just heard, now through December 15th. Here's a look at the stories that are making your headlines this hour. 'Tis the season of giving, and Fox 45 Morning News wants to give you an amazing present that Santa left under our tree. Coming up in just about 10 minutes, we'll let you know your next chance to call in and win big. And getting your flu and COVID vaccines at the same time is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but it doesn't mean you should do it. The health risks associated with getting multiple shots on the same day. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. 7:15, a month after the Bel Air Edison Safe Street site suspended operations amid an FBI investigation, Fox 45 News went back to the site for a progress report.
Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost takes a look at how the absence of Safe Street services in the community is having an impact on crime.
The Safe Street site remains inactive. LifeBridge says that's due to inadequate staffing. And when we looked at the numbers from BPD, it looks like crime is actually improving. It's been a month since the FBI showed up at the Bel Air Edison Safe Street site.
Have a good day.
Executing a search warrant where sources tell Fox 45 News several electronics were seized. Now, trash sits in front of the door, and the violence intervention effort not happening out of this office. Fox 45 News looking at the crime data from Baltimore police. And in the Bel Air Edison Safe Street zone, there have not been any shootings or homicides in the month since the feds came knocking. But according to BPD, this year there have been 6 non-fatal shootings and 3 homicides. One along Bel Air Road in March, another in May on Shannon Drive, and flowers still mark the spot on Clifton Avenue where another person was killed in July. The goal of Safe Streets workers to prevent someone from picking up a gun and pulling the trigger in the first place. Even with those efforts paused in this neighborhood, the data shows crime is actually declining.
This is the TJ Smith Show.
The Safe Streets investigation, still the talk.
Welcome back to the show. TJ Smith here.
Of Talk Radio, where Adam Rosenberg and Freedom Jones, both of LifeBridge Health, the nonprofit managing the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site, answering questions about working with the city to implement the Safe Streets program and when the Bel Air Edison location will reopen.
We won't decide ever on our own to necessarily shut down a site. We'll do it in coordination with Monty there, and that's why we, with our partners in the mayor's office, are going to make sure that we're going to reopen Bel Air when the time is right, we have the right staff, when it's safe to proceed there.
Jones says the site will not reopen until there's enough staff, and right now she says the hiring process has many steps.
It is a complicated process that we are working to streamline. The vetting process happens in the street.
For people living in the Bel Air Edison neighborhood,
I think that things need to change.
the news of the FBI showing up at this Safe Street site
was no surprise.
is another red flag for a program with inconsistent results. All while Mayor Brandon Scott and the LifeBridge team maintain their support for the multi-million-dollar program. David Caldwell was the site supervisor at the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location, and he's the one that's facing state-level charges stemming from that federal investigation. LifeBridge says as of right now, Caldwell remains on unpaid leave. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Fox 45 News has been following the Safe Streets program for years. You can find all of our previous reporting right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
All right, 7:18 here this morning, and we've got a next weather maker moving in.
That's right, hours away. Meteorologist Justin Chambers timing it all out for us.
Already seeing some rain moving into western Maryland at this point, but this is kind of a cool shot here. I'll step out so you can take it all in full high definition. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam with the sun that is now up. Enjoy the sun while you can, because we're going to get more cloud cover as we get later into the day as those showers move in, and then the clouds kind of overtaking things throughout the weekend. So even though our temperatures are going to be well above average, we're going to have to deal with a lot of cloud cover and overall some off and on rain showers as well. Need the rain. We're still in that drought. 31 your temperature, just below freezing at BWI Thurgood Marshall for your Friday morning. Here's what we're talking about. The HD radar now updated. You can see some of those showers moving into parts of western Maryland. A little pink mixed in there, meaning that we do have that potential for a little bit of a wintry mix with that colder air in some of the higher elevations. This is the main center of the system, that area of low pressure right around the central plains, and out ahead of that is all of the rain showers that we're seeing. So that's going to track to the east over the next few hours, and you can see what we're talking about on the hourly future scan. Right about noon, a couple of showers start moving in to central Maryland, and then off and on rain showers through that 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour, kind of overspreading from the 95 corridor across the bay into the eastern shore. Even about 6, 7 o'clock tonight, could still see a few of those leftover showers. Rain does move out tonight, so we start off dry on Saturday morning. Most of Saturday is going to be dry, and then we'll see a couple of showers late in the afternoon, about 5, 6 o'clock. Really, it's going to be later this afternoon and then kind of Saturday night. Those are the two, I'd say, areas where we'll have the best chance for seeing the widespread rain. Our bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those kids get out on your Friday. Definitely make sure they're bundled up and make sure they have the rain gear ready to go when you get them from the bus stop this afternoon. We're talking about temperatures in the lower 50s, but some of that rain will be there. Hank the Bird, good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's ready for the weekend and ready for all the festivities taking place. 39 here by 9 a.m. in the lower 50s. For your Bird is the Wordcast, with our temperatures that will continue to be a little bit near average, but definitely cooler than yesterday. We actually had 58 yesterday afternoon, if you can believe that, with lower 50s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. and 55 in Richmond. Now our temps climb. We're back to the lower 60s on Saturday and Sunday, very non-December-like for this upcoming weekend, even with that cloud cover around. There's today's system moving out. Tomorrow mainly dry. Tomorrow night is when that second system starts to roll in and will hang with us through early Sunday morning before eventually moving out by Sunday afternoon. Again, we'll probably have a kind of a dreary day on Sunday, even with those above average temperatures, but that kind of rain or mist will be hanging with us through the day. 57 on Monday. We're drier, and notice we stay dry through next week, even though our temperatures will come down.
Let's take a look at your Winchell traffic network, continuing to track the accident that happened right on the outer loop in Woodlawn. You can see the backup here. My goodness, it goes for a little miles. Now, the 3 vehicles involved in the trooper are over to the right shoulder. Flashing lights are there right at the ramp coming on there, right at 70. But it's still, because of that accident, and it blocked traffic for a couple minutes earlier, it's created this backup.
It is beginning to look a lot like Christmas here in our studio. Fox 45 Morning News is doing our annual Countdown to Christmas giveaway, which gives you, our viewers, a chance to call in and win one of the amazing gifts from underneath our tree.
In fact, some items that are still up for grabs are gift packs from Guinness, a lottery tree with a bunch of tickets, plus tickets to the Harbor Ice Rink, and a whole lot more.
Stay with Fox 45 Morning News. Your next chance to win big is coming up in 30 minutes.
Our Toys for Tots roll call starting now! Come out and join us! We're gonna have so much more coming up.
And with the Sagamore Pantry Baltimore, and you know, holidays are always a great time here. They have some special announcements coming up. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Are you looking to add some class to your schedule this holiday season?
Oh, well, there's one person when you say adding class to your holidays. Mark Clark, he's the classy guy. He's at Sagamore Pendry with their elegant events for this classy Christmas. Classing it up, Mark.
It looks good.
I'm telling you, it's a tough job, but somebody has to do it. Again, with Amanda, the beautiful Amanda. Great things going on here at the Pendry. I'm telling you, every time I see you, you guys have more and more things.
So
what's going on?
It's the most wonderful time of year, right?
That's
so
true.
as you can see, we are fully decked in celebration of festive season. We're here in the lounge, which you know is the place to gather any day of the year, but
Yes.
especially lately, as we're hosting live music on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday nights from 5 to 8 o'clock, right here in front of the Christmas tree. It's the best way to kick off, hopefully, your Rec Pier Chop House dinner reservation. Otherwise, a place just to meet and gather with friends and family.
I mean, and so coming up, we're going to see another, well, it's not another side, but maybe we haven't seen this side in a while
Exactly.
for the season, right?
An enhanced version
You
of
have
our
to check it out, guys. I'm telling you.
Canon room.
And so what's your most exciting? I mean, there's so many great things that happen. What's your favorite thing in the holidays?
Yes. I think the truth is this building is beautiful, right? Any time of year, but she really comes alive when we're all decked and lit for Christmas and for holiday season. So guests are invited to our Courtyard Charm, which is something we started in the fall time. We're carrying it into the cooler months now with our fire pit activations outside, so you can cozy down in front of those, enjoy house-made s'mores and warm cocktails, take in the twinkling lights. It's really, really special.
And guys, if you don't know, if you haven't tapped into this lovely space, I never forget the image of me walking towards the pool. I look in the gym and Lizzo's working out over there. So this is the celebrities always stop off here. It's that kind of place, definitely.
Oh my goodness,
He would
and
know.
the lights. You just can't beat it. It's beautiful.
Thank you, Mark. If you'd like some more information about how you can go to the Pendry in Sagamore, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Temperatures will be above average this weekend, but our next chance for rain, it's making its way toward us right now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking that next weather maker. Actually, he's in our kitchen set right now, about to eat some food.
And the Baltimore Police Department is over 500 officers short. Coming up next, the laws that some say are driving down recruitment numbers. Time now 7:27, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, feeling loose, 7:30, Friday, December 1st. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly when the rain will hit your neighborhood.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at our forecast today.
Latest models that show it probably about noon-ish is when some of those showers will roll in, and then really into the afternoon is when more of that actual rain will be here for your Friday. But a really pretty shot out over the Inner Harbor with the sun that is now up. Some clouds are out there. You can feel that moisture, and you can feel that Baltimore cold. That's what I'm going to call it, because it's not like that in where I'm from. 31 your temp in Baltimore right now. Same thing at Essex and Middle River. 30 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Bel Air, you're at 32, and 30 currently in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Low to mid 30s here next couple of hours. Mr. Bose says we're going to be good to go for your morning drive. It's the afternoon that you'll have to deal with some of that rain. We'll only get to the lower 50s today, so actually cooler than yesterday. But notice those numbers Saturday and Sunday. Even with the clouds around, we're going to be in the lower 60s, so we have mild conditions for the first weekend of December. Back with your full forecast in just a few. How are we looking on the roads, Meg?
Man, Justin, we've been watching that issue on 695, still creating quite a backup out there here. Our Len Stoller Traffic Network kind of giving you a glimpse of what we're seeing. It's in Woodlawn on the outer loop of 695. It's at Liberty Road. There's still emergency vehicles you can see in the left-hand side there in the picture. But looking at the bottom, it starts easing out after Liberty Road there, but I'm looking at a shot from Old Court that you can see traffic still really backed up. So just give yourself some extra time if you're heading through that section of the Beltway this morning.
Those of us in law enforcement are still trying to understand and feel our way through it. But how would you expect a young person that's trying to decide whether a career choice, whether I go into the IT field or do I become a police officer?
This morning, in a city in crisis, crime rages on as the Baltimore Police Department still struggles to hire officers.
Now, critics say recruitment is down all across the state because new laws are painting police in a negative light.
Olivia Dance joining us live with the Maryland Police Union's concerns. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, since the changes, the Baltimore Police Department saw a 79% increase in resignations, and they're still over 500 officers short.
If we can't get men and women to join the ranks, we will start to see more crime.
According to Sergeant Clyde Boatwright, who you just heard from, he's the president of the Maryland Fraternal Order of Police. He says recent changes to Maryland laws are handcuffing recruitment efforts. One law that Boatwright takes issue with outlines when an officer can use force, and he says it puts officers in danger. Another one of those changes is the repeal of the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights. It was repealed back in 2021. In the same year, the Maryland Attorney General established the Independent Investigation Division as part of police reform. Boatwright says that it could be politically or racially motivated.
What this now does is it gives the Attorney General's office, who is supposed to be an independent body, but they are not independent because they do the investigation and they get to decide whether or not they're charging. They know.
Now, we sent the Attorney General's office these questions on your screen, including, do you think these laws and repeals have drove down recruitment of potential officers? What steps are being taken to make sure that investigations are unbiased? And finally, as crime spikes across the state, should the AG revisit these changes? A shortage of officers, though, is not just in Baltimore City, but also Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, and Montgomery County are all actively recruiting to fill shortages. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. BPD adding new benefits for new recruits more than a year ago, including a $5,000 signing bonus and a housing allowance for officers' first full year in the department. At the time, law enforcement experts said the efforts would not be enough to bring in more officers, citing low morale. They also pointed to keeping politics out of policing.
You've got to have a unified operations. Let the police commissioner do policing and get the mayor out of that, because so far it's been a catastrophe.
Well, the state mandated BPD change its districts in July. They are now based more off population and calls for service across the city. Commissioner Richard Worley says he is continuing to adjust numbers of officers in each district, but none of the districts are fully staffed.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by your Baltimore area Honda dealers.
7:35, and it's the most wonderful time of the year. Our annual Toys for Tots roll call is happening right now. Fox 45 teaming up with the Marines to collect toys for children in need this holiday season. And you can get in on the action this morning.
We want to go out live to the cheerleader that's getting everyone pumped up. We have Shannon Lilly live in Towson from Towson University's South Campus Pavilion showing us what's going on. Well done, Shannon.
I'm glad I didn't fall, guys. It was quite an adventure. But yeah, I mean, if you need another reason to get hyped up, we have the Baltimore Ravens cheerleaders here. I have BRC Melvin joining me this morning, and we are so happy to have you guys here.
Thank you for having us. We are glad to be here.
Yeah, so tell us why you decided to come out cheer on Toys for Tots this morning.
Well, you know, it's for a great cause, and throughout the years, we've had military on the team, and for them to have this honor to be with us, it's always an honor to give back to the community.
Well, that's incredible. And you guys have really just brightened our morning. It's been so much fun.
It's always a pleasure, and to be honest, we just got nominated for Salute to Service by the Baltimore Ravens, our cheerlead department.
Wow. And so what does that entail?
So I guess the voting's just closed, but it's everybody who has done something great for their organization have been nominated, and then the NFL, the community, they all pick to see who's going to get this award.
And you guys got it?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah,
okay.
The voting just closed, so we're hoping that we get picked.
So get out there and vote.
Yes, please.
Well, we thank you so much. And again, just brightening our morning, but we have one more group we want to get over here to this morning. We have Don and Lisa with Schuster Concrete, and you guys made a huge donation. Can you talk about it?
Yes, so we were able to raise, our company was $22,000, close enough, $22,000. We were able to buy about 1,700 toys. We've been doing this as a company for 40 years. We've been donating the Toys for Tots, and we get the pleasure of actually going and shopping, which is a lot of fun, because you actually pick out the toys and knowing that those toys are going to end up going to families locally, which is huge to what our organization stands for.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we actually do want to pull up a picture so you guys can see, because you guys went shopping, and what kind of toys were you guys looking for?
So we were asked to try to kind of go to a certain age group. Anybody could shop for anything, but this year we were told that there was a need for some younger toys. So we did a lot of younger toy shopping this year.
You guys have done this for 40 years, you said?
We've been doing this for 40 years. We raise money all year long. The company does, the employees do, and we're able to give every year.
And what inspires you to do that year after year?
Knowing that this goes to a great cause and it's going to local children.
Yeah. Have you seen that impact?
These guys get to see it when they deliver the toys. I have not. I get to see it with the shopping, but I understand they get to see it when they actually deliver the toys.
Well, guys, this is just a display of just some incredible generosity, and we thank you so much. I mean, we know it goes such a long way, so we can't thank you enough. And before we toss it back to you guys, Megan and Tom, I think we need a cheer for this kind of generosity with our Baltimore Ravens cheerleaders.
Let's go, Toys for Tots! Let's go, Toys for Tots! Let's go, Toys for Tots! Toys for Tots!
Amazing. You just can't beat this. You feel better knowing you're helping other families, and I mean, obviously a win for them as well. We'd love to see you stop by our Toys for Tots roll call today. Come anytime to the Towson University South Campus Pavilion through 9:30, so still another 2 hours this morning to donate a toy or maybe just say hi. If you can't make it to the roll call this morning, you can still drop off a toy at your local Honda dealer now through December 15th.
Governor Westmore says he wants to tackle juvenile crime in Maryland, but has yet to lay out any kind of a plan. We continue to press him on a solution as more children become suspects and victims in violent incidents.
And we are gearing up for the next weather maker heading toward us. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the timing for this wet weather. That's ahead in his full forecast. It is 7:40. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
18 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. Weather Authority forecast as we track the next weather maker. You can actually see some of those showers moving into western Maryland right now. Most of the rain moves into our area by the time we get to midday, so make sure to have the jacket and the umbrella too, especially if you're going to be out later this afternoon. We'll track those above average temperatures for the weekend coming up.
Also coming up, between college teams and the NFL, we're gearing up for a big football weekend right here on Fox 45. We're bringing you all the action.
After the break, we're going to break down our weekend sports schedule so you know what's to come. A Safe Streets location remains closed 1 month after being thoroughly searched by the FBI. Fox 45 News takes a look at whether the site's absence is having an impact on Baltimore's crime fight. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
While we are now entering cold and flu season, the CDC says it is not too late to get your COVID-19 and flu vaccines. But what about knocking them both out at the same time? This morning, Dr. Matthew Lawrence, a pediatric infectious disease specialist with the University of Maryland School of Medicine, is joining us live to weigh in. Dr. Lawrence, always good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So we've heard that this is an option, getting both shots at the same time. The question I have for you is it a good idea?
The short answer is yes, absolutely. And the answer is because we are in the respiratory virus season now, and we're seeing increases in flu, and we anticipate that it's possible for COVID-19 as well. So getting both vaccines, if you haven't gotten them yet, is a great idea. And getting them both at the same time has no detrimental effect on the immune response to each vaccine. So it's safe, and it does provide a robust immune response.
Are you more susceptible to side effects if you get them both at the same time?
It's possible if you get both at once that you might have more side effects, some muscle aches, and other side effects from the vaccination. But these are generally mild and well tolerated, and they don't last very long. So and as a trade-off for convenience, I would recommend getting both at once.
One and done. Let me ask you this. Are the vaccines that we're seeing right now, are they effective against the current strains?
What we're seeing right now is yes, and we infer the answer to that question from what's happening in the Southern Hemisphere. And what we know is that the strains that are currently circulating are well matched to the vaccine. But we'll see what the coming flu season shows.
And actually, you know, as we say, we're in cold and flu season. This seems like a pretty good time to actually get it, because then you know you've got that latest strain.
Absolutely. And we anticipate, you know, more indoor gatherings, especially with the holidays coming up. And folks are likely to transmit respiratory viruses in those closed environments. So being protected in advance is a great idea.
We know how the flu vaccine works, you know, our yearly vaccine, fall, winter time. COVID-19, where are things standing? If we do get it together with the flu vaccine, are we good then until next fall, winter season?
That's what we assume, and we know that there is a very strong immune response to vaccination for COVID-19, and that immune response does tend to go down with time, but you are protected for several months during the respiratory virus season for COVID-19.
Good to know. Helpful information. Dr. Lawrence, we appreciate it. Happy holidays.
Thanks for having me.
7:48, we need to find out exactly when the rain's going to start falling.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been busy tracking it. Right now, looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks great this morning, guys. In fact, in the next couple of hours, we are going to stay dry here throughout central Maryland and out over the Inner Harbor. A really pretty shot right now. Calm conditions. It's cold. Our temperatures are still hanging out just below freezing officially at BWI. No wind really to speak of at this time. We are tracking some of those showers. You can see a little pink right there in western Maryland. That's an indication of a kind of a wintry mix as that rain switches over to kind of a rain-snow mix there. But we're only going to be talking about rain moving into our area. That's that center of low pressure that's in the Central Plains. Out ahead of that is going to be all of those showers moving through the Ohio River Valley in the Mid-South right now. That's tracking toward us over the next couple of hours. Let me show you the updated hourly future scan. This is the HRRR. So this updates every hour, high resolution, rapid refresh. Noon, we're talking about staying dry, but a couple of showers right around Frederick, moving into Carroll and Baltimore counties in that 1 and 2 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Kind of a steady rain through most of the afternoon. You can see this is 5 p.m. So your drive home definitely going to be wetter and kind of colder. And then by about 7 o'clock tonight, we see some clearing from west to east. So along 95 and out toward the east, that's where we'll see those showers hanging on. But later into the evening tonight, that rain does move off toward the east as well. Next 12 hours, our temperatures climb into the upper 40s and eventually into the lower 50s. So even with that rain that's going to be around today, we will see those cooler temperatures. Upper 40s for you across Carroll and Baltimore counties, 52 in Baltimore, 49 Perry Hall and White Marsh, 51 in Dundalk. Numbers in Howard and Arundel counties also in the upper 40s and lower 50s down through Glen Burnie, home of Aunt Kathy Hagel, who got me these Reese's socks. Yeah, I got fun socks and a big old Reese's basket thanks to Aunt Kathy, who hooked me up. So there's going to be Reese's for months, maybe a couple of weeks. All right, so 52 today, lower 60s into Saturday and Sunday. Even though we have rain this weekend, we are talking about temperatures well above average. It will be cooler but drier for next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here. We've got a live look at 795 south of Franklin Boulevard. Things smooth there. 9 minutes to go 8 miles. No issues there. We had been following 695 in Woodlawn. That incident seems to be much better, but we've got a backup here. 695 at Harford Road here. No major issues as we make this shot a little bit bigger for you, but you can see we've got quite a bit of volume there.
7:51 and this weekend conference championship games are kicking off all around the country. Tomorrow, Big Noon Saturday kicks off right here on Fox 45. Starting at 3, you can catch the Mountain West Championship game here where Boise State UNLV will be going head-to-head in Las Vegas. Then number 2, Michigan Wolverines and number 16, Iowa Hawkeyes will kick off at 8 for the Big Ten Championship.
To watch NFL kickoff right here on Fox 45 starting at 11 a.m. on Sunday. Then at 1, the Miami Dolphins and Washington Commanders kick off in the DMV.
And to finish out your sports-filled weekend, watch San Francisco 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles going head-to-head right in Philly. Kickoff 4:25.
And the Sagamore Pendry is the place to be for the holidays. I mean, where else do you get this? Just a snapshot what to expect, and we're going to tell you a new secret that you may not know about coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
I see where he's steering us. Well, after the break, it's our second countdown to Christmas giveaway today, and your presents is required. Get it? Stay tuned to find out which one of these amazing gifts could be yours.
Oh, I know what I'm hoping for underneath the Christmas tree.
What's that?
More caffeine. Come on.
That sounds pretty good. Let's take a coffee break. We don't even need to.
$7:55, and yeah, you can hear that music kicking in here. It's time to open up your next gift in our countdown to Christmas giveaway. So here we go. We need to open this up, and then you call in and win. The 10th caller will win.
All right, you ready for this? You get,
Ooh, is that Tiffany's
the
color?
pretty gift. I smell something good too. Oh my goodness, are you ready for this? It is time for you to treat yourself to a spa day. This spa kit includes hand cream, a shower steamer, and a candle. Perfect for at-home relaxation. All of these items together are worth $34. You can buy them at shopwellgifted.com, and it smells amazing.
All right, I'm going to go Danger Boy on you right now.
Why?
Now it's your time to call in and score. Your chance to win, 410-469-8308, 410-469-8308. Caller number 10 right now gets to take this gift home.
Danger Boy, you still got it.
I still got it. All right. Let's take a look at your forecast. We're talking about our next weather maker, guys, and we have to deal with the rain that is on the way for your Friday. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about it coming up.
We've got the toy bins filling up this morning with so many toys just like these, and we need your help to fill up this big Humvee full of toys for kids this holiday season. How you can help us do it, that's all coming up.
This morning, the search is on for the suspects who carjacked employees here at Mount Washington Children's Hospital. Coming up next, the new security measures the hospital is implementing.
Governor Wes Moore's juvenile justice plan, when we can expect it, and the questions being raised about his choice for the head of the Department of Juvenile Services.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you for waking up with us and joining us on this Friday morning, December 1st. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at our forecast.
Yeah, we're tracking the next weather maker, guys. That's what we have all eyes on as we look at more of those showers rolling in from the west at this time. Calm conditions. It's still chilly as you make your way out here this morning from our downtown Baltimore camera out over the Inner Harbor. Our HD radar, though, showing those showers getting closer, moving into western Maryland at this time. By the time we get into about noon today is when we'll have the best chance of some of those rain showers beginning. But statewide, actually in the 40s in Oakland and 31 in Cumberland, but most of us here are in the low to mid 30s for Baltimore up into Bel Air. We do have some 40s in Annapolis. So temps are kind of all over the place. The weather story, a chilly Friday morning, tracking those rain showers and milder temperatures for this upcoming weekend. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog before the rain rolls in, you're good to go this morning. Just get that extra layer on. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
I think it's really scary, and I think it's terrible for somebody to do that when they know that we're here helping people.
Yeah, this morning, another community and now reeling after 2 armed carjackings within 24 hours at the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital right in Baltimore. The 2 hospital staff members told police they were held at gunpoint in the employee parking lot. Other employees and parents say they're stunned anyone would target people who are caring for sick children.
Questions now rising about how the suspects got into the fenced-off parking lot. Olivia Dance joining us live now with an update on where the investigation stands this morning. Olivia.
Well, Megan, this morning the search is on for the suspects, and many are still on edge, wondering how these suspects were able to get into the fence and onto the campus here at Mount Washington Children's Hospital. Now, the hospital is bringing in additional security resources, including dog patrols. We've actually seen several of those dog patrols and patrols just driving around campus all morning long. For some background, though, 2 employees were the victim of an armed carjacking within just 2 days back to back. Baltimore police got the first call just before 6 o'clock on Wednesday. A female employee's car taken by a man armed with a gun. And then just after 11 o'clock on Thursday morning, police got another call for a Toyota Camry taken in a carjacking. Both incidents happened in the employee parking lot in the back of the building, which is near a wooded area. Investigators say that the female employee told police that a man and woman approached her, pulled a gun, and demanded she give them her keys, and then they just sped away. Now, parents of patients and employees at the hospital are reacting to what happened.
Yeah, it's kind of like messed up, man, because, you know what I mean, people got right to have their stuff right. You know what I mean? And they taking care of people when you're doing this to them.
I thought about the woods behind the parking lot anyway, and I always look down there just to see if there's anybody down there when I'm going to the parking lot.
Now, police say there are no injuries to report in both cases, which of course is good news for the staff here at the hospital. But again, there's still no word on any arrests in both of these incidents. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Turning now to Governor Wes Moore and his expected changes to the Department of Juvenile Services. Now, he says the current juvenile justice laws need to be re-examined, but he hasn't offered any solutions. The governor also stood by DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, calling him a reformer.
We're very clear on the challenges that DJS has had and that have been long-standing. We're clear that when we came into office, we walked into a DJS that was understaffed and underfunded. And it's the reason why I appointed a true reformer.
Schiraldi defended the state's juvenile crime laws in an interview with Fox 45 News this spring. He believes that juveniles should not be exposed to the adult prison system until they turn 25 years old.
The systems we have now, when you put these young people in adult systems, they really don't do well. Kids that are really young are much more of a social service problem than they are a criminal juvenile justice problem. And when you have a 12-year-old or an 11-year-old in a detention facility with a bunch of 17 and 18-year-olds, all you're doing is teaching that kid how to become a worse criminal.
Some former lawmakers and police leaders criticized Schiraldi, saying those policies will make Maryland less safe.
You're basically saying
up until the age of 25, which is what he wants to do, you get a free ride.
Unfortunately, legislators, lawmakers, have decided that it's better to support the lawbreakers rather than those who are enforcing the law.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Vincent Ceraldi is the right person to lead DJS? So far, as you see on the bottom there, 95% of people have responded no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
And for our full coverage on the Safe Streets program, you can check out our website, foxbaltimore.com.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by your Baltimore area Honda dealers.
Spread a little holiday cheer with Fox 45 and the U.S. Marines this morning. Our annual Toys for Tots roll call is happening right now.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with all the action at Towson University South Campus Pavilion. And Shannon, we've seen already a lot of people stopping by and meeting you and just kind of showing off all the things that they're giving away to kids.
Yeah, it's been so much fun, Tom and Megan. And this morning we are kicking the holiday spirit into high gear with Harley Davidson now. I have Eric joining me. Good morning.
How are you this morning?
I am great, and even better now that you guys brought this trailer full of bikes. What are we looking at here?
So every year we run a charity and benefit to raise bikes from bikers. So we've raised 104 bikes this year and to donate to Toys for Tots, as well as toys and all as well. So we've brought 2 trailer loads of bikes today, and we love doing this every year.
And you guys even typically host us every year. I mean, you guys are a big part of this roll call and Toys for Tots. Why is this so important for you guys?
It's all about the kids, you know. We love the kids. We love, kids eventually love bikes. Hopefully they'll join our motorcycle club when they grow up. So we want to get kids out and to have fun. So it's very important for the kids.
And I think just giving a bike, I mean, you're giving a kid, you know, the experience even more so than just a toy, right?
Absolutely. Getting out in the air and enjoying the air as it is and riding around. So yeah, we all grew up that way, and we graduated to bigger and more expensive ones. So we love it as it is. So.
Right. This is how it starts, right?
This is how it starts.
I mean, hey, last year you guys got on these bikes. Are you guys gonna do that for us this year?
Well, maybe we can do that. Yeah, we can do that.
We'll be waiting for that.
Yes, ma'am. We're just glad to be part of this.
We appreciate it so much. And just so you guys can see, I mean, there are 2 trailer loads full. So we've got the bikes here, and then behind us as well, we've got a whole nother trailer full of bikes. So a lot of giving going on this morning. But we need to get over to our Baltimore Blast cheerleaders here with us this morning as well. Kylie is here, and you guys were here last year. It was so good to see you then, and you're back. Tell us why you do this year after year.
We are so honored and grateful to be able to do this year after year. We've had the pleasure of being with Harley Davidson the past couple of years, and it's been so fun. We absolutely love seeing all the toys and the community come together, and all the toys that we are able to raise for the kids for Christmas. It's just so fun to be a part of this.
Yeah. So what kind of toys do you guys typically go for, you know, when you're looking to donate?
Something that we're really passionate about is just education for the children. So anything that we can find that really sparks their minds, sparks their creativity, that's something that we try to look for.
Yeah, absolutely. How crucial do you think this effort is?
This is so crucial. I love seeing just nationwide all the people come together, and really we're all trying to do something for the greater good, something that's bigger than us, and I think that's so important.
Well, Kylie, thank you so much. And before we send it back to you guys, Tom and Megan, we need to see a little cheer from them. We're going to get you guys warmed up this morning.
The spirit of giving. They look great. Shannon, though, might have to join him. When she was on top of the pyramid there, she crushed it.
Join the Ravens cheerleaders. Why not? You know, join this.
Next time, guys. Next time.
Blast. All right. We'll wait for you next time, Shannon. Thank you. And if you want to stop by our Toys for Tots roll call, do it soon, because anytime now at Towson University South Campus Pavilion, that's where you can meet Shannon and all the cheerleaders out there through 9:30. So you've got about an hour and a half this morning to donate a toy or just go by and say hi. If you can't make it to the roll call this morning, you can still drop off a toy at any of your local Honda dealers now through December 15th.
Temperatures are starting off in the 30s, so it is still cold this morning. We're tracking our next weather maker. That rain is headed our way. Welcome back. 8:12 is your time right now as we take a look outside, tracking that next weather maker. You can see our downtown Baltimore shot. We do have some clouds out there. We had the sun up the sun's up. We had the sun poking through for a little bit here, but we really won't see much of the sun as we head into the weekend, even though our temperatures are going to be in the above average category. Tracking some of those showers on our HD radar in western Maryland right now. By the time we get through about noon today, that's when that rain rolls in. Jacket and umbrella, and I can't believe I haven't said it yet. Today is the first day of meteorological winter. How about that? Won't feel that winter-like, though, this weekend. We'll take a closer look at that forecast in a few.
Well, here's a look at some of your headlines coming up in the next part of the hour.
Coming up, the FBI's investigation into Safe Streets. We are examining the recent location closure and how it's affecting the community. And up next, holiday shipping deadlines, when you need to send your gifts and how the USPS is dealing with the increase in shipping. It is 8:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$8:15. Well, the holiday season has package delivery in overdrive. From cards to larger items, the timing is crucial and the prices are rising. Joining us this morning with a closer look, the United States Postal Service rates, Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Tom.
Well, we know every year the dates to get your packages shipped come out from all the delivery services. We know the closer you get to Christmas, the more you're expected to pay. How are the rates compared this year?
So you got a deadline of December 20th. If you want to use the most expensive and fastest way to ship through the United States Postal Service, and that is Priority Mail Express. You got through the 16th if you're going to ship ground, and you've got to the 13th if you're just going to send your packet regular mail. Look, there's no excuse. Thanksgiving came early, Tom. You had extra days to get the gifts out anyway.
Yeah, that's right. But we are seeing some rises in rates here, and we just had the stamps go up. So a lot of people start asking, okay, stamps are up above 60 cents now, and there's a lot of Christmas cards that go out, a lot of holiday cards that go out. What are we paying for with all these increases?
Well, if you're going to mail out your Christmas postcard, it's 51 cents per postcard. In January, that should go up to 53 cents in January of 2024. You know, for a forever stamp, it's now up to 66 cents. That's going higher in January of 2024. That's going to 68 cents. Wasn't that long ago when a forever stamp was just 50 cents. That was 2019. So it's up sharply, about a third. And this is because the post office is losing money. In 2023, they just disclosed they lost $6.5 billion. Our auditors at openthebooks.com, over the course of the past 14 years, we've quantified $80 billion worth of USPS losses. So forever, first class mail is down to the lowest level since 1968.
But Adam, I know that the staff, though, keeps getting raises. I mean, we see that a lot. So if we're paying postal workers more money, but yet it's a dying business, and it seems like it's been costing taxpayers more money every year from each year, adding on to that exponentially.
Well, Tom, I've got a little bit different take on this. I did some research on this. Everybody's concerned about the work ethic of the next generation, but I just identified a generation over locally at the Baltimore Post Office that it's true public service. They don't make a lot of money. They've been working hard for decades. So the post office employee in the state of Maryland, the longest serving one, has served at the post office since 1961. But number two is right out of the Baltimore Post Office. So you've got Kenneth Namirez. He is a mail processing clerk. He's been on the job since 1965. You've got Janesta Keys since March of 1967. She's been on the job there in Baltimore as a general expediter of the mail, causing it to move faster. That's her position. We appreciate that. You got Robert Hamamacher Jr. He's a mail processing clerk. He's been on the job since December of 1967. These people are demonstrating really hard work. They deserve our kudos. They've been on the job for decades. That's true public service.
Adam Andrzejewski, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up on 8:19 here on meteorological winter, as Justin reminded us, and not feeling like it tomorrow. Had to get my dates right.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit above average this weekend, Justin.
Yeah, quite a bit above average, actually, guys. And you know what? I should have bought 10,000 forever stamps back when they were 50 cents. I never think about that. Then you just go to the post office, you buy them, and they're like 66 cents. All right, here's a look at our Towson cam right now. Good morning to all of you. The clouds have rolled in, so we got some sun as it came up earlier. Probably won't see much of the sun as we get into the weekend, even with those above average temperatures. We're tracking some showers right now in western Maryland. Notice that pink that is mixed in. It's a little bit of a wintry mix. So if you are heading west this morning on 70 or on 68 trying to get out toward the mountains, just know you're going to run into that. Now, here's the bulk of this rain moving through the mid-south and on the other side of the Appalachians. We're going to have off and on showers here as we take you to the middle part of the day. So this is noon on our hourly future scan. We're still going to be dry. It's really after noon that the rain rolls in. This is about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Kind of a steady flow of those showers that we'll see into the 4 and 5 o'clock hour throughout the day today, and those temperatures staying on the cooler side. Even through about 7 o'clock tonight, if you have date night, probably still a few of those showers around in Baltimore City and to the eastern shore, but clearing from west to east. And then we're actually dry as we head into tomorrow morning. So golfers, if you do want to get out this morning before the rain rolls in, you're good to go. Just need to bundle up. Upper 30s here next hour, right about 50 into the noon hour. And our high temps today are going to be cooler than yesterday. So a lot of upper 40s and lower 50s on meteorological winter, the start of that. Lower 50s here for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., 55 in Richmond. This is kind of the larger picture. So there's the first half of the system. We're dry most of tomorrow. And then look at this, 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and evening. That's when we'll see a better chance of a few more of those showers. Really late Saturday night into early Sunday morning looks to be the timing of that second weather maker coming in. And then a couple of scattered showers left over on Sunday as well. So hopefully we'll be dry for not only the parade, the Mayor's Christmas Parade that we're going to be in on Sunday in Hamden, but also the Dundalk Parade, which is at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and hanging out with Santa. Just know it'll be kind of a cloudy weekend, but those temperatures are looking pretty good. Lower 60s. We even keep the upper 50s into early next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Coming up, the United Auto Workers Union looking at expanding. Stick around for their new campaign and what companies they're looking at.
And with the Sagamore Pendry Hotel, now this is the Cannon Room, and the Cannon Room Whiskey Workshop starts tomorrow at 6 p.m. We'll have a preview. You know what that means. Yes, a nice cool libation this morning coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
What better way to kick off December than with an elegant holiday drink?
So who are we going to ask to tell us more about this?
Somebody that likes to eat and drink?
Mark Clark, live at the Sagamore Pendry with all their drink offers this season. You're living the life there, Mark.
I'll tell you what, it's a tough job. But again, speaking of elegant, Maxwell put the E in elegant. You know, the GQ magazine best voice and best outfit this year. And so, tell us about this space we're in.
Well, thanks, Mark. This is the Cannon Room. This is our whiskey bar here at the Sagamore Pendry, Baltimore. We have about 120 spirits, whiskeys from 8 different countries here. To try to represent worldwide, but definitely focus local when we can.
I love it. So what you going to do for us today?
So we're here to talk about the whiskey workshop that's going to be going through the month of December, starting tomorrow night.
Awesome.
Where we have some holiday cocktails. The one focused on right here is a mulled wine with Italian herbs, spices. And then we have a featuring the Sagamore Rye, a Manhattan style.
Oh, nice.
But what I'm going to be making for you today is our ginger snap. So like I said, we like to focus on locals. So we have Baltimore Spirits Company's Shot Tower Gin. We have an English liqueur, but this is King's Ginger liqueur.
Okay.
Now we get them when we can. But let me go ahead and make this. So we have the Shot Tower Gin. It's going to go in the shaker with the King's Ginger liqueur.
Yes, the King.
The King. Then we have a little lemon and honey that's going to go in there as well.
Nice.
Finish it off with some ginger bitters. Now we're not going to be shy on this.
Little bitters. Is that a real honeycomb I see over there?
That is real honeycomb you see over there. And that we use all over the place too.
Wow, real honeycomb. Come on now. Don't try this at home, kids.
No, come in here and try it.
That's right. So tomorrow at 6 p.m. it officially opens. The Cannon Room, Whiskey. What's it called?
Workshop.
Whiskey Workshop. Yes. Is that thing ready to go? Is that thing ready to go?
That's ready to go. Go for it. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, you know, I want to make sure it's okay, guys. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Let's try this.
You know it must be good when Mark starts speaking British.
Hello. Hello, Megan. How are you?
There it is. Happy holidays, Mark.
An elegant holiday. Oh, my goodness.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. If you'd like some more information about how you can hang out with Mark Clark, because he's got the best job ever, just head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Cheerio.
Coming up, we are looking at showers for this Friday. Coming soon, meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on the cold, rainy December day after the break.
The Baltimore Police Department is over 500 officers short. Coming up next, the laws that some say are driving down recruitment. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. It's Friday, December 1st already. Wow, I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out if it's going to be a wet Friday or will it hold off?
Let's find out from meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at what we're expecting.
Yeah, good morning, T-Squared. Good to see you guys here on a Friday. Yeah, we are going to start at least the first half of the day, and for the next couple of hours, staying dry. And then that rain is going to roll in as we get to the middle part of the afternoon. So right now, that sun trying to break through some of that cloud cover, but it's that Baltimore cold that we're feeling out there with that moisture and the colder air. And you can actually see what's going on here on your radar with some of those showers in western Maryland moving a bit closer to us as we speak. So we'll be tracking that for the next few hours. Only 32 in Cumberland right now, 39 Westminster, and 33 in Bel Air. We made it to 34 in Baltimore City, so you'll still need a jacket as you make your way out. On your out and about cast, numbers in the 30s and 40s for the next couple of hours. We'll slide up to the lower 50s today, but definitely will be cooler than yesterday, especially with that rain hanging around. We do have some warmer numbers this weekend. Unfortunately, it doesn't come with bright sunny skies. We'll talk about how much more rain is on the way in just a few.
Those of us in law enforcement are still trying to understand and feel our way through it. But how would you expect a young person that's trying to decide whether a career choice, whether I go into the IT field or do I become a police officer?
This morning, the city in crisis as crime rages on in Baltimore City. The police department is still struggling to hire officers.
Yeah, critics are saying recruitment is down all across the state because new laws are painting police in a negative light.
Olivia Dance joins us live with Maryland's police union's concerns. Good morning, Olivia.
Well, good morning, Taylor and Tom. And since the changes, the Baltimore Police Department has seen a 79% increase in resignations, and they're still over 500 officers short.
If we can't get men and women to join the ranks, we will start to see more crime.
According to Sergeant Clyde Boatwright, president of the Maryland Fraternal Order of Police, recent changes to Maryland laws are handcuffing recruitment efforts. One law that Boatwright takes issue with outlines when an officer can use force, and he says it puts officers in danger. Another one of those changes is the repeal of the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights. It was repealed back in 2021. In the same year, the Maryland Attorney General established the Independent Investigation Division as part of police reform. But Boatwright says it could be politically or racially motivated.
What this now does is it gives the Attorney General's office, who is supposed to be an independent body, but they are not independent because they do the investigation and they get to decide whether or not they're charging. They know some of their views on different things, and they wonder if that will play a role in the determination of whether or not someone will be prosecuted or not.
We sent the Attorney General's office these questions on your screen, including, do you think these laws and repeals have drove down recruitment of potential officers? What steps are being taken to make sure investigators are unbiased? And finally, as crime spikes across the state, should the AG revisit these changes? The shortage of officers is not just in Baltimore City, though, but also Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, and Montgomery County are all still actively recruiting to fill shortages. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And Baltimore's police department also added new benefits for new recruits more than a year ago, including a $5,000 signing bonus and a housing allowance for officers' first full year in the department if they live within Baltimore city limits. At the time, law enforcement experts said the efforts wouldn't be enough to bring in more officers, citing low morale. They also pointed to keeping politics out of policing.
You've got to have a unified operations. Let the police commissioner do policing and get the mayor out of that, because so far it's been a catastrophe.
State mandated Baltimore's police department changed its districts in July, and they are now based more off of population and calls for service across the city. Commissioner Richard Worley says he's continuing to adjust the numbers of his officers in each district, but none of the districts are fully staffed. 834, United Auto Workers Union has started a campaign to help organize workers at 13 non-union automakers.
They include 3 U.S.-based electric car makers, Tesla, Rivian, and Lucid. The other 10 will include foreign automakers that build cars here in the U.S., like Toyota, Honda, Hyundai, and Subaru. UAW members say they have seen widespread support from employees since the start of the campaign.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by your Baltimore area Honda dealers.
Well, it is that time of year again. Our annual Toys for Tots roll call is happening right now. All morning long, we've been collecting toys for children who need them this holiday season.
Shannon Lilly, she's been hanging out with a lot of great people, cheering on some people that are showing up, even jumping into the cheers yourself here at the University of Towson's South Campus Pavilion. And you've got some of the amazing generosity that's been shown so far this morning, Shannon.
Yeah, it has been a blast, guys. And just when you think it couldn't get any better, we have Santa joining us. I mean, come on.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Shannon. How are you this morning?
I am good. Better now.
You still working on getting on the nice list?
I thought I already was on the nice
You're
list.
really, really close.
So I guess there's still more work I need to do, but Santa's here to share what you can do to help out this year.
Well, Shannon, as you know, Santa collects toys and delivers toys to kids from 2 to 92. But Toys for Tots is collecting for kids from 2 to 15 with emphasis on the teens.
Okay. Okay, so that's what's needed.
That is what's needed.
What kind of toys?
Well, Santa recommends toys that have parental help or things that parents can do with kids, like card games, puzzles, other interactive games.
All
would
right.
be good.
Okay, so Santa and his elves need a little bit of help, and you can make it happen this year. So we're going to get over to some of the Santa's helpers that we've been seeing all morning long. We have scientific games here. Go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what you're doing out here this morning.
I'm Jeff Hale. I'm with Scientific Games, and our partners in Maryland Lottery is here with us. I want to thank them for all their participation, and we have donated several toys. It's about a dozen years we've been doing this, and we're very happy to help Santa and his toys.
Yeah, we saw you out here last year. You guys come year after year. Why do you do it?
And employees love donating. We want to help the children. We want to help the Marines. We support the veterans, so we're happy to be here and help.
Man, well, you guys, it's just so much appreciated, and we know it's going to have an incredible impact on the children. We got one more group we need to get over here to. Go ahead and introduce yourselves for us.
Yes, I'm Ray Banks, and I'm glad to be here representing the Negro League Baseball Museum of Maryland here, and as well the softball guys, and we're here to do something that people need to do, is help the children out for Christmas.
And how are you doing that?
We play a lot of softball, and the guys pitch in from their hearts. Our president will say in a few minutes some words in reference to the build-up, and we're hoping next year someone will let us use their diamond, have a softball marathon or softball tournament to raise funds.
Well, we're just about out of time, but I do want to ask you, because you do have a tribute here for a Traffic Jam, Jimmy, and that's so special, especially for us. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
I think Ray could tell you that.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, okay, Ray?
Yes, what took place, Traffic Jam Jimmy was so wonderful, giving from the heart. As we all know, we miss him dearly, but guess what? He's here in spirit with us.
He absolutely
we
is.
did this for him, and at the Maryland State Fair, I thought it'd be a nice tribute last year to honor him. And we did that for Traffic Jam Jimmy. And as long as I'm alive, I'll continue to do this in his memory.
And we just thank you so much for that. We know he would be all about this. He had such a spirit of giving, so we really appreciate it. Before we send it back, another little cheer from our Baltimore Blast cheerleaders. Back to you guys.
All right, Baltimore Blast out there too cheering on. We had the Ravens cheerleaders earlier, yeah.
Tribute to Traffic Jam Jimmy, but that present guy, you know.
That was great. Wrapped up walking gift. That was good. We wanted you to stop by and hang out with Shannon for a little bit at our Toys for Tots roll call today. In fact, you can go by Towson University South Campus Pavilion. You've got about an hour left. She's going to need you there before 9:30 this morning, even if you want to just donate a toy or just stop by and say hi. If you can't make it to the roll call this morning, you can still drop off any toy at the local Honda dealer now through December 15th.
All right, coming up, we've got your NFL weekend matchups and predictions. Stick around for all the kickoffs and previews just ahead.
And we are looking at some showers to open up the month of December. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your Friday forecast. That's coming up next, and what it means for your weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 8:42 is your time right now. Our next weather maker is the rain that's coming in. Even though we have some sun that's lighting up parts of Baltimore City right now, Charm City tanks looking good. Overall on our HD radar, we are seeing a few of those light showers there in Cumberland and parts of western Maryland. Mainly just some cold rain showers, but you can see as we pull out a little bit farther, some parts of southwestern Pennsylvania seeing some more of that moderate rain, and we're going to get in on that as we head through the day today. So rain jacket, umbrella, make sure you have that. Really no need for the sunglasses for the weekend because those clouds will stay with us even though our temps start going back up. Back to you.
Well, up next, we have a preview and some predictions for this weekend's big games. Stay tuned for all of the kickoffs and the matchups, and yeah, it's a bye week for them.
And the National Christmas Tree is up. All about the lighting and historic tradition just after the break. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. All right, let's go ahead and get another check of your forecast. It's looking on up for a Friday, but we do have a weather maker on the way.
That's right. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking that weather maker.
That's right. Next weather maker, guys, is what we're talking about here. We have some cloud cover, but if you look at this shot real quick here from our Towson camera, right side of your screen, that sun is trying to break through. So we do have at least some pockets of sunshine. That will end as we go through the middle part of the day with more of that rain rolling in and temperature staying on the chilly side. So right now, HD radar showing a few light showers in western Maryland, starting to creep a little bit closer to us. The larger picture showing us that heavier rain kind of right there in West Virginia, Morgantown, up toward Pittsburgh. And that's the center of low pressure that is in the Central Plains right now, moving into the Midwest. So Chicago getting hit with some pretty good rain. It's only rain right now. If it was a little bit colder, they'd be dealing with a big old snowstorm at this time. But more of that rain will continue to track toward our region over the next few hours. We kind of have this warmer sector. So even though our temperatures will be cooler, it'll be warm enough where it will only be liquid precipitation, not of the solid kind. We're talking about rain for the day. So this is noon on your hourly future scan. We have a little bit of that southerly flow, so wind is not much today, but really as we get into about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon, that's when that rain is going to start picking up. And it kind of stays with us through about 5 p.m. That kind of steady rain, the colder temperatures, even through about 7 p.m. Still some leftover showers in Baltimore City and County out toward the eastern shore, but you can see that clearing from west to east, especially as we get into the overnight hours. Hank the Bird looking for cover today. Yeah, got to stay out of the rain, Hank. So upper 30s next hour, lower 50s into that noon hour. And overall, for a lot of us, we're not even going to get out of the upper 40s and even mid to upper 40s for you in Carroll County. Eldersburg at 47, Reisterstown, same number there. Almost 50 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, 51 in Dundalk. Should stay dry for the parade tomorrow in Dundalk at 3 o'clock, where you can check out Santa and have a lot of fun down there. And then upper 40s and lower 50s for Bel Air and Aberdeen over to Perryman. Northeast Elkton at 51 for you today. Up and down the East Coast, pretty much more of the same. Upper 40s and lower 50s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. Mid 50s, one of the warmer spots in Richmond. There's today's system moving out of here. So we're dry for most of tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'd say after about 6-7 o'clock, some showers start creeping in from the south. And then overnight Saturday into early Sunday morning, we'll have another round of rain rolling through. But by the time we get to Sunday midday into the afternoon, just a few leftover scattered showers. Should be dry for the Mayor's Christmas Parade in Hamden that Tom and I are going to be in, and our storm tracker as well. And then as we get into Monday afternoon, still some leftover clouds. The wind is going to pick up as well, but will be mainly dry, especially as we head toward the middle of next week. A week from today, Hanukkah starts. Winter solstice in less than 3 weeks from right now, and we're just 24 days from Christmas, and today's December 1st, so New Year's Eve in 30 days and 31 days until 2024. That's all we got left, guys. All right, so 60s this weekend, even with the rain and the cloud cover, we'll have some mild conditions. Back to the upper 50s on Monday, and then those colder temps return next week.
It is the time of year that I'm all about the holidays. So if his station isn't playing Christmas music 24/7, that's just another reason for me to take him down this week. Jeff St. Pierre with WPOC is my challenger for this week's Pigskin Predictions.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course, that's very nice of you. Are you playing Christmas music?
I mean, a smattering here and there, yeah.
Gotta go down, gotta go down. All right, so the Ravens have a bye this week.
Yes, yeah.
Much needed.
Good break.
They're doing great. Let's get to Arizona Cardinals at Pittsburgh Steelers. Then.
I mean, it's got to be Pittsburgh, right? I mean, they looked good last week. The offense finally got moving. The Arizona Cardinals have been kind of
not moving
this year. So I feel like we got to go Pittsburgh on this one.
I'm with you.
We don't want to.
I feel like it's got to be a cakewalk for Pittsburgh. Yeah, I don't want to. Looking at all our other division rivals. But yes, Pittsburgh here too. Cleveland Browns at Los Angeles Rams.
Interesting, because the Rams are not having a great year, and the Browns don't have a quarterback.
That's right.
Joe Flacco might be starting this week.
The Browns are doing well, though, without the quarterback. It's their defense that's keeping them in there.
Fantastic defense. They're going to slow down Los Angeles, but unless they put points on the board, it's going to be tough.
And so
I will say Browns. I'm hesitant, but I will say Browns.
Really? Because I don't think they're going to put the points on the board. I'm going to go with the Rams.
Okay.
All right. We'll see. All right. San Francisco 49ers at Philadelphia Eagles. Right. The game of the week.
This is the game. Yeah. I mean, I think the Niners take this one. I do think the Eagles have looked amazing, but they've had to eke out some games, while the Niners, I think they've found their rhythm finally here.
Interesting. I think the Eagles look good. Okay. Maybe they've had to eke out some games, but they're at home for this one. They know everybody's got eyes on them for this game. I'm going with the Eagles.
Okay. All right.
All right. Kansas City Chiefs at Green Bay Packers.
Oh, man. I mean, the Packers looked great on Thanksgiving. They looked really solid against the Lions, but I think it's got to be the Chiefs.
Right. There's
and I've also got Travis Kelce in fantasy, so I really need him to have a good game this week.
You got Travis Kelce. Taylor's got Travis. I'm going with the Chiefs, too.
Okay. All right.
All right. Monday night, Cincinnati Bengals at Jacksonville Jaguars.
I mean, this is one we had circled on the calendar earlier in the year, but without Joe Burrow. Now it's kind of like, probably Jaguars in this one. Yeah.
I'm going with Jaguars, too. All right. Well, you can share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Just go to my Facebook page and leave me a post.
Well, the NFL kickoff will be right here on Fox 45 starting at 11 Sunday. Then at 1, stick around. It's Miami Dolphins, Washington Commanders kickoff in the DMV.
And this weekend, the conference championship games are getting started around the country. Tomorrow at noon, Saturday kicks off right here on Fox 45. Starting at 3, you can catch the Mountain West Championship game where Boise State and UNLV will go head-to-head in Las Vegas. Then number 2, Michigan Wolverines, and number 16, Iowa Hawkeyes, will kick off at 8 p.m. That's the big championship game.
Just football. In fact, this Saturday, you can catch some basketball from the comfort of your home right here on Fox 45 and the CW Baltimore. Fox 45 at 12:30, watch state rivals number 3 Marquette and Wisconsin taking court. And then on CW Baltimore Saturday, Notre Dame and number 8 Miami will be tipping off in Florida right at noon. Then at 2:15, number 7 Duke and Georgia Tech will be going head-to-head in Atlanta.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there you have it. The holidays in full swing in our nation's capital. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden took part in the annual National Christmas Tree Lighting Ceremony, a tradition stretching back to 1923 under President Calvin Coolidge.
Let's remember how blessed we are as Americans for the gift that is our nation. So Merry Christmas, America. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Merry, Merry Christmas.
Now, there was some concern earlier this week when the tree was toppled over by some strong winds. It happened Tuesday night, but the National Park Service says the tree was uprighted again soon after.
All right, get this. Gas prices are defying odds and still dropping. Coming up, just how many states are averaging below $3 for a gallon?
Tomahawks, porterhouses.
With the Sagamore Pendry Hotel, do not eat this tomahawk steak like this. This is not what you do. They're going to teach me the right way to do it. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Okay, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Come on, take the bite. Why not?
Take the bite out of it. You know, as gas prices go down, the coffee prices are not, but we still got to wrap up, Tom.
Here we do, especially if you're going to tackle a tomahawk steak. It's time for a coffee break.
All right, now to your morning business report. Cristiano Ronaldo is facing a major lawsuit for his cryptocurrency collection. The suit filed in Florida alleges the soccer star's promotion of Binance was deceitful and unlawful. Binance is the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange, and this class action suit is seeking at least $1 billion in damages for Ronaldo's role in promoting NFTs. The plaintiffs claim Binance's partnership with high-profile figures like Ronaldo led them into costly and unsafe investments. Ronaldo has since continued to promote the cryptocurrency exchange on his website and social media platforms.
Well, the recent decline in gas prices may be over. AAA reporting Friday the average cost for a gallon of regular gas in the U.S. is $3.25. While that's 2 cents lower than last Friday, the average stayed unchanged since Monday. A month ago, a gallon of gas for an average of gallon of gas for regular gas, $3.46. A year ago, the average cost, $3.47.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get over to America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
I'm going to tell you about something that you need, but you may not even realize you need it. Compression socks. I travel a lot, and so I keep these in all of my carry-on bags, so I have them at all times. They really are helpful for just maintain your overall health, because the heart is working so hard to pump blood throughout your body, and when it goes down to your feet, that's easy. But it's getting it to come back up because it's working against gravity. That is the challenge, and that's where these compression socks come in handy. Dr. Siegel, a doctor of course, created these, and so he just put a lot of extra care and thought into these. They're antimicrobial, they have silver ion, and they have this extra cushioning. I just got these, and I really like the purple, the lavender, because that's my favorite color. But the other thing is they're compression, but they also are really good stretchy, so it's not that compression that's painful. These are at such a great deal. You could buy one and give them to anybody in your family or even some of your friends. You're getting up to 20% off of Dr. Siegel's compression socks. He really did put a lot of thought into these, so you want to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
This morning, the search is on for the suspects who carjacked employees here at Mount Washington Children's Hospital. Coming up next, the new security measures the hospital's implementing.
Could staff shortages within the police department be to blame for the uptick in youth crime? Some city police leaders think so. What one sergeant has to say about his department coming up.
We're tracking our next weather maker, bringing some rain showers and those cool temperatures here for your Friday. Talk about your weekend forecast ahead on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Friday, December 1st. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's go ahead and get a check of our forecast on this first day of December. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Tracking those rain showers are going to roll in about midday today and through the afternoon and evening time. So just kind of prepare for that and know that you'll need your wet weather gear. As we look outside right now, we've got a lot more of those clouds rolling in. The sun is out, but just not doing much here. And our temperatures here are staying mainly in the 30s at this time. You can see on our HD radar, those showers continue to move in to parts of western Maryland right now in Cumberland. That's what we're seeing out there. And you can see a little bit farther to the west and to the north up toward Pittsburgh, seeing some more of that moderate rain. We're going to get in on that as we get into the middle part of the day. 38 your temp right now, Baltimore City, 34 Rosedale, Essex, and Middle River, 37 currently in Elk Ridge. So on your out and about cast, we'll keep those 40s going here for the next couple of hours, especially as we get to 10 and 11 o'clock, and only top out in the lower 50s for our afternoon today. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we're watching an incident in the city. This is in the Fort McHenry Tunnel there. The left lane blocked before 2 heading south on 95. Our cameras are showing a little bit of a backup in that region, but it's not showing it in this camera.
I think it's really scary, and I think it's terrible for somebody to do that when they know that we're here helping people.
This morning, another community is on edge after 2 armed carjackings within 24 hours at the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital in Baltimore. Both victims are hospital staff members. They tell police they were held at gunpoint in the employee parking lot. Other employees and parents say they're stunned anyone would target people who care for sick children.
Questions now rising about how the suspects got into the fenced-off parking lot, which is in a wooded area. Olivia Dance joining us live now with an update on where the investigation stands this morning. Olivia.
Well, Megan, this morning the search is on for the suspects, and as you mentioned, many are still on edge wondering how these suspects were able to get into the parking lot here, going beyond the fence. Now, this morning the hospital has added additional security resources. We've seen them here all morning. They've also added K9 units. We've also seen those units walking around. So they have a visible security presence here on campus. But for some background, 2 employees were the victim of an armed carjacking within just 2 days back to back. Baltimore police got the first call just before 6 o'clock Wednesday. A female employee's car taken by a man armed with a gun. And then just after 11 o'clock Thursday morning, police got another call for a Toyota Camry taken in a carjacking. Both incidents happened in the employee parking lot, which is in the back of the building near a wooded area. Investigators say the female employee told police that a man and woman approached her, pulled a gun, and demanded she give them her keys, and then they just sped away. Now, parents of patients and employees at the hospital are reacting to what happened.
Yeah, it's kind of like messed up, man, because, you know what I mean, people got right to have their stuff right. You know what I mean? And they taking care of people when you're doing this to them.
I thought about the woods behind the parking lot anyway, and I always look down there just to see if there's anybody down there when I'm going to the parking lot.
Police say that there are no injuries to report in both cases, which of course is good news for the staff here at the hospital. But again, there's still no word on any arrests in both of these incidents. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Many people say Maryland can't wait to see change. They want to see it now. Fox 45 News brought those concerns to Governor Wes Moore this week, and he says the laws need to be re-examined, but he hasn't offered any concrete solutions. The governor also stood by DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, calling him a reformer.
We're very clear on the challenges that DJS has had and that have been long-standing. We're clear that when we came into office, we walked into a DJS that was understaffed and underfunded. And it's the reason why I appointed a true reformer.
Now, Schiraldi defended the state's juvenile crime laws in an interview with Fox 45 News this past spring. He says juveniles should not be exposed to the adult system until they turn 25.
The systems we have now, when you put these young people in adult systems, they really don't do well. Kids that are really young are much more of a social service problem than they are a criminal juvenile justice problem. And when you have a 12-year-old or an 11-year-old in a detention facility with a bunch of 17 and 18-year-olds, all you're doing is teaching that kid how to become a worse criminal.
Some former lawmakers and police leaders criticize Schiraldi, saying those policies will make Maryland less safe.
You're basically saying up until the age of 25, which is what he wants to do, you get a free ride.
Unfortunately, legislators, lawmakers, have decided that it's better to support the lawbreakers rather than those who are enforcing the law.
Schiraldi also supports ending probation and parole for offenders of any age.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Vincent Schiraldi is the right person to lead DJS? So far, 96% of people who voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Now to an update. The Bel Air Edison Safe Street site has been inactive for more than a month in the wake of an FBI investigation.
Federal agents showed up at the site at the end of October, executing a search warrant where sources tell Fox 45 News several electronics were seized.
Fox 45 News is looking into the impact the closure is having on the community. Crime data from Baltimore police shows there haven't been any shootings or homicides in the Bel Air Edison Safe Street zone since the FBI search. The data shows there have been 6 non-fatal shootings and 3 homicides this year.
Now, the goal of Safe Streets program is to stop anyone from shooting, but even with those efforts paused in the neighborhood, the data shows crimes actually declining.
Leaders with LifeBridge Health, the nonprofit managing the Bel Air Safe Street site, addressing the closure on WBAL radio, saying that staffing is the main issue.
We won't decide ever on our own to necessarily shut down a site. We'll do it in coordination with Monty there, and that's why we, with our partners in the mayor's office, are going to make sure that we're going to reopen Bel Air when the time is right, we have the right staff, when it's safe to proceed there.
When it comes to the Safe Street worker who appears to be linked to the federal investigation, David Caldwell, he won't appear in court until January. Caldwell's facing state charges after law enforcement found illegal ammunition in his home while they were executing that search warrant. He's on unpaid leave.
All right, 9:07, it's time to get another check of our forecast.
I've heard that a weather maker's coming through.
That's the word. Meteorologist Justin Chambers knows something about it.
Tracking those showers that are already moving into western Maryland at this time, and we're going to see that rain move through as we get into the middle part of the day today. Most of us in the mid to upper 30s right now for Rosedale, Essex, and Middle River over to Baltimore City. 36 in Brooklyn Park, 35 currently in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. We'll be in the upper 40s here in the next couple of hours, on our way to the lower 50s for our highs today. You can see that high of 52, cooler than yesterday, 47 tonight, but then we actually get some temperatures back to the 60s for this weekend, even though we've got to deal with the rain and the cloud cover. We'll talk more about that in my full forecast in a few.
All right, let's go ahead and check your Lynn Stoller traffic network. We are looking at an accident on I-95 southbound in Belcamp. Traffic is really heavy there, as you can see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. So expect some delays or use an alternate route if you're heading that way.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by your Baltimore area Honda dealers.
We asked, and you have responded. Our Toys for Tots roll call is bringing in donation after donation here this morning. Fox 45 News is teaming up for the U.S. Marines to make this happen.
And Shannon Lilly's live at Towson University's South Campus Pavilion. And there's a lot going on behind you. I see St. Nick behind you.
Exactly. We have Santa here, Taylor. We also have the Chick-fil-A cow. We have a chorus just behind us coming up, and we have Lisa here as well, and you're speaking on behalf of Chick-fil-A. You guys have all of these donations here. Can you tell us how you're participating this year?
So we hosted Stuff the Truck events and Stuff the Boxes events all over Maryland. We also ran an online wish list from Amazon, and we have other different special events. Right now we're at 7,000 toys collected.
Wow.
We're so excited, and our online collection will still go on through December 15th, so there's still time. Our goal is 9,000.
And people can still, how long can people still donate for?
They can donate till December 15th, and the website, the Amazon list is on your website. So on the article about this particular donation. So we're just thrilled.
Yeah, and we've got this special cow. We were noticing a little bit smaller. We got to take a look at the shoes here too. We've got our elf cow here. So this is really something special. You don't get to see this cow every single day, right?
That's right. And this is our kid cow. A little bit bigger than the one that you normally see out. But this event is for local children. So why not bring out the kid cow to kind of represent them and why we're doing this to begin with.
Well, I love it so much, and we just appreciate you guys being here, your donations, and all that you're doing, just the impact that you're having on kids' lives. It's incredible.
The 46 Baltimore area Chick-fil-A restaurants really care about community and the community that they serve. So this is a win-win for everybody, and we are thrilled to do it.
Well, thank you so much again. High five, high five. Can I get a high five from the cow? High five from Lisa. We've got, two-handed. We have another group that we need to get over to. We have Jim here with the Chorus of the Chesapeake, and you guys have something really exciting going on to raise money for Toys for Tots. Tell us what you're doing.
We have a dinner show coming up next Sunday, the 10th, and we're going to have boxes there for toys, and people can also drop off checks if they want to do it that way for Toys for Tots. And
you've got some flyers here to show us too, right? That shows off the.
We're going to be down at the Superior Catering Hall down on South Oldham Street. And we're going to be singing in two sections. We're going to sing some traditional barbershop, and then after dinner we're going to sing some holiday stuff.
Well, we have to get a preview before you guys can go. We got to see it. What's the best way to spread holiday cheer? Singing loud for all to hear. Take it away, guys.
Joy, 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 joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and nature sing, heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. Joy, 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 he rules the world.
And what joy this is bringing to so many families in need. this is the time to get out and help make this season a little brighter.
Absolutely. If you want to stop by for the Toys for Tots roll call today, you've got to come to the Towson University South Campus Pavilion by 9:30, so rush over. You can donate more toys or just say hi, but if you can't make it today, you can still drop off a toy at your local Honda dealer now through December 15th. Well, have yourself a classy little Christmas. Coming up in 15 minutes, Mark Clark will be live from the Sagamore Pendry with a special pop-up that's arriving just in time for the holidays.
The Baltimore Police Department over 500 officers short. Still ahead, the laws that some say are driving down recruitment numbers. It's 9:12 on Good Day Baltimore. Breaking this morning, fighting resuming in Gaza after the week-long truce broke between Israel and Hamas.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, why did these talks break down?
Well, at the moment, both sides are blaming each other, saying the other party rejected terms to extend the pause in fighting. Benjamin Netanyahu releasing a statement blaming Hamas for violating the terms of the agreement, saying they did not meet the obligations to release all of the women hostages. Hamas released 8 hostages yesterday, and the agreement was also for them to release 10 per day, according to the agreement to extend the truce. Hamas claiming up until the last moment they were having some trouble locating enough hostages. The IDF said Israel's Iron Dome also shot down several missiles launched by Hamas overnight. But a Palestinian official familiar with the talks says they broke down over Israel's demands for Hamas to free female soldiers who Palestinians say were taken separately than the other hostages. The bombing has resumed this morning. It's unclear at this point which side actually started firing first. Right now, mediators in Qatar are pushing to renew the truce.
Meantime, in Washington, lawmakers are trying to cut off Hamas resources by targeting Iran. Kayla, what can you tell us about the resolution from House Republicans that passed Thursday?
So the GOP-led House passed a resolution to block Iran's access to $6 billion. This after the Biden administration's controversial prisoner swap for that money. Republicans say the bill holds the White House accountable for being complicit in funding Iranian-backed terrorism in the Middle East. For example, Iran funds Hamas and other jihadist groups. A report from the Israeli government shows Iran gives Hamas at least $100 million per year. And with the current instability in the region, Republicans argue the last thing America needs to do is give Iran access to billions of dollars, some of which no doubt will be diverted to terrorism. The measure now goes for a vote in the Senate, where it's unlikely to be supported by the Democratic majority. Some Democrats are defending the Biden administration's decision to transfer access to the funds for the American hostages, especially in light of the fact Americans are now being held in Gaza.
All right, Kayla, thank you.
All right, 9:17. We have a next weather maker rolling in here.
Yeah, it's been a chilly one this week, too. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast now and just ahead this Friday.
Yeah, it is Friday. Meteorological winter is now here. So here we go into the brand new season, and we had the temperatures that almost got to 60 yesterday afternoon. Still felt a little chilly with some of that wind, but overall we have the cloud cover that's out there right now. I call this the Baltimore cold, because when you have the moisture, you can kind of feel that cold to your bones, maybe just a little bit more. 38 your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall, so we're just above freezing. Wind really won't be much of an issue today. It's going to be the rain that we're tracking, and we're already seeing a few of those showers in parts of western Maryland. Garrett and Allegheny County picking up a few light showers, but notice we're dry here across central Maryland and up and down the Chesapeake. More of that wet weather is in parts of southwestern Pennsylvania and even over toward parts of West Virginia. And it's all part of this larger system, that area of low pressure right there, kind of the engine driving this thing over St. Louis. And then out ahead of that, we've got mainly rain. So we've got the warmer air out ahead of that cold front. So that's why even in the mountain areas, it's mainly just some rain showers. We're not talking about a big snowstorm at this time. All right, here's your hourly future scan. This is updated here, and this updates every hour. This model does. So showing you through about noon, we're going to stay dry. We already have the cloud cover out there, and that's going to stay with us for most of the weekend. Taking you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon, more of those scattered showers will develop and kind of move from west to east over the course of the afternoon today. So kind of that steady cold rain is what we'll see in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. Maybe you want to just do some inside stuff for the afternoon and even into the evening time. Supposed to do date night with the wife tonight. I don't know. We might get bored and just sit on the couch and bundle up, because it's not going to be fun to go out and all of that. Now, 8, 9 o'clock this evening, if you want a later night date, you're going to be fine as that rain rolls out of here, and we'll be good to go. Golfers, get that round in the next couple of hours, because that rain's going to roll in later this afternoon, and temperatures staying on the chilly side. Not the best weather for outdoor stuff here today, even though the rain doesn't move in until about noon. Upper 40s for you in Cockeysville and Bel Air. Westminster at 46 today. Lower 50s in Baltimore City down through Annapolis. 53 Chestertown, Stevensville. Some warmer numbers for you in Denton and Easton. So the Eastern Shore just a bit warmer today. Even 57 down the ocean this afternoon. But upper 40s and lower 50s for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. How about these 60s that are on the way? I'd love to say it'd be nice and bright and sunny with 63 for a high tomorrow. Not going to be the case, but we'll definitely take those more milder temperatures, even with the cloud cover that we'll deal with this weekend. So there's system number one. We're dry for Saturday. It's late Saturday after about 6, 7 o'clock when a few more of those showers roll in Saturday evening. And then the bulk of that next weather maker, essentially, on the heels of this one, will be into Sunday morning. Now, as we get to about 11 o'clock on Sunday and even towards Sunday afternoon, a couple of spotty showers. It's going to be probably similar to what we saw last Sunday with that cloud cover and kind of that drizzle around. But our temperatures, again, are not going to be super cold, just kind of on that mild side. And then we should stay dry as we get into the early part of next week. Now, after our numbers go up this weekend, they're going back down. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we're only going to see highs in the upper 40s and lower 50s.
All right, thanks, Justin. Let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. We're still following this incident on I-95 southbound near Bell Camp. Traffic still highly congested, as you can see at the bottom right. So expect some delays or use an alternate route if you're going that way. Now a live look from our traffic photojournalist. He's in the area of 695 heading north towards Towson, and roads are looking pretty clear.
Our countdown to Christmas is going strong as we are now December 1st. Tune in every morning for your chance to win amazing gifts for you or maybe someone special in your life.
And with the Sagamore Pendry Hotel Baltimore, this is Garmager. We'll get into it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
From drinks that we saw earlier to dinner now.
Big old steak. Mark Clark has been tasting all of the Sagamore Pendries, what they have to offer, and what's in store for this holiday season. Good morning, Mark.
Full of fun facts.
Hey guys, let me tell you something. I'm learning something every day from Madison, our chef, and this is Garmager.
Yes.
That's it, right?
That's correct.
So wait a minute, Madison, you were saying there's such a thing as
it's a caviar bump.
A caviar bump? Can I try it?
Absolutely. So
what do we do? You put a little caviar
right
in
here.
And do I inhale it in my nose?
No. Oh my gosh, no, right there.
Yeah?
Oh, right off.
I've never had fish eggs before.
It's a kind of a classic chef little fun thing to do.
Wow. Okay, so Madison, what do we have here? I'm sorry. I'm distracting you from your job. What are we doing?
So we're getting ready for the holidays.
Yes.
So here at the Sagamore Pendry Baltimore, we're open for Christmas, we're open for New Year's, we're open for Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, all of our holiday and festive season.
Love it.
So amazing time to spend with us. We have some big cut steaks. We have our tomahawk here. It's the ribeye.
Mm-hmm.
So much more juicy, so much more flavor with the whole rib bone in there.
Nice.
We also have a brunch coming up. So we've got your brunch classics. We've got waffles. We have eggs Benedict. We've got some fun stuff like our duck confit.
Oh!
Yes, we've got some really exciting stuff coming up. We also have a champagne dinner.
Oh my goodness!
So that's what kind of we have in front of you. One of our courses is a uni pasta. So this is our uni here. It's driven in fresh this morning.
Fresh.
So uni pasta. We have ravioli. It's one of Andrew Carmelini's classic dishes is his grandma's ravioli.
Oh my
We've
goodness,
changed
not
this
grandma.
one. You can't beat grandma's ravioli. We've changed this one up a little bit and taken this classic ravioli and made it a seafood ravioli. So it has our beautiful Maryland crab, scallops, and shrimp farce.
Oh my God. So Matt, we have to wrap it up, Madison. I'm so sorry. So many delicious options here. We ran out of time.
Oh
but
my
again,
gosh.
you can come down and enjoy it here. And what's it called again?
The Sagamore Country, Baltimore. We're at Redbeard Chop House.
And the French thing, the
Garmager.
the garmager.
There it is.
The
Mark.
garmager, guys.
Oh, I mean, watering. Taylor and I are in. Thank you, Mark. We're going to put information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Warmer weather is on the way this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next weather maker, though. That's after the break.
Well, we started in here with a small pile of toys, and as our Toys for Tots roll call is now winding down, we want to show you what we've been able to accomplish. Look at this. Look at all of these donations, and we are about to load them up in that truck over there. That's all coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back. It's Friday, December 1st. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. It's a great day to eat some cake. Oh, yeah, I'll be eating some of that. My wife's birthday today, so I get to eat cake.
Yes, happy birthday, Jean. This is her day. You're all prepared for this. You had a
am.
good day planned.
Yes, good day, good food, good fun. That's
Nice.
it. But will we be dressing and bringing an umbrella with us tonight?
That's good. Good question. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the answer.
Unequivocally, yes. If you've listened to any of my previous 30 weather reports, rain is on the way for tonight. 12123 is the date today. And by the way, on the 31st this year, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm very excited about that. All right, let's take a look outside right now and see what's going on. Our live cam, lots of cloud cover that is out there right now. Rain is holding off until about noon. You can actually see some of those rain showers right there in western Maryland at this time. Those rain showers continue in Morgantown up toward Pittsburgh. So a lot of these are kind of lifting to the north and to the west. And then as we get later into the day, we'll see more of those showers develop. But temperatures are still chilly, 30s and 40s right now for your first day of meteorological winter. 38 in Baltimore City, 45 in Annapolis, 43 in Westminster. So as you head out the door, yeah, grab the rain jacket and grab the umbrella. No need for the sunglasses pretty much for the entire weekend, as we're going to keep those clouds around for the course of the weekend. And back with your full forecast, we'll talk about what we can expect with our temperatures. That's coming up in a few. Tom?
Well, let's take a look at your Lynn Solar traffic network. We're still following an incident 95 southbound right before Mountain Road. You see it on the bottom right there. That's causing some delays. And then if you go a little bit further south on 95, right before you get to White Marsh, there's also another 2-vehicle accident that's happening there. And that is barely causing any delays. It's moving over to the right shoulder. But this one here in the Belcamp area is causing a little bit more significant delays. Southbound, both 95.
Those of us in law enforcement are still trying to understand and feel our way through it. But how would you expect a young person that's trying to decide whether a career choice, whether I go into the IT field or do I become a police officer?
This morning, in a city in crisis, crime rages on as the Baltimore Police Department still struggles to hire officers.
Now, critics say recruitment is down all across the state because new laws are painting police in a negative light. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with Maryland's police union's concerns. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Megan, since the changes, the Baltimore Police Department saw a 79% increase in resignations, and they're also still over 500 officers short.
If we can't get men and women to join the ranks, we will start to see more crime.
According to Sergeant Clyde Boatwright, president of the Maryland Fraternal Order of Police, recent changes to Maryland laws are handcuffing recruitment efforts. One law that Boatwright takes issue with outlines when an officer can use force, and he says it puts officers in danger. Another one of those changes is the repeal of the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights. It was repealed back in 2021. In the same year, the Maryland Attorney General established the Independent Investigation Division as part of police reform. Now, Boatwright says that it could be politically or racially motivated.
What this now does is it gives the Attorney General's office, who is supposed to be an independent body, but they are not independent because they do the investigation and they get to decide whether or not they're charging. They know some of their views on different things, and they wonder if that will play a role in the determination of whether or not someone will be prosecuted or not.
We sent the Attorney General's office these questions on your screen, including, do you think these laws and repeals have drove down recruitment of potential officers? What steps are being taken to make sure investigations are unbiased? And finally, as crime spikes across the state, should the AG revisit these changes? But the shortage of officers is not just in Baltimore County. Also, Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, and Montgomery County are all still actively recruiting to fill shortages. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore's police department added new benefits for new recruits from more than a year ago, including a $5,000 signing bonus and a housing allowance for officers' first full year in the department if they live within Baltimore city limits. At the time, law enforcement experts said the efforts wouldn't be enough to bring in more officers, citing low morale. That's also pointed to keeping politics out of policing.
You've got to have a unified operations. Let the police commissioner do policing and get the mayor out of that, because so far it's been a catastrophe.
The state mandated Baltimore's police department change its districts in July. They are now based more off of population and calls for service across the city. Commissioner Richard Worley says he's continuing to adjust numbers of officers in each district, but none of the districts are fully staffed right now.
Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley announcing dozens of promotions aimed at making the department more efficient and building a community policing program. Commissioner Worley appointed 2 new deputy commissioners. Monique Brown will oversee patrol and community policing, and Kevin Jones, he's going to run the Criminal Investigation Bureau. The department also adding 3 lieutenant colonels. Each one will oversee 3 police districts. The changes go into effect on Sunday.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by your Baltimore area Honda dealers.
We asked and you responded. Our Toys for Tots roll call is wrapping up right now. Fox 45 News is partnering with the Marines to brighten children's holidays.
We got to see if we filled that truck, that Humvee. We have Shannon Lilly live at Towson University South Campus Pavilion, where we just saw an outpouring of generosity here. Shannon, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Tom. Yeah, we have seen so much generosity, like you said. We started with a small number of gifts inside here, which you can see right here. And we want to show you what we've been able to accomplish just outside this way. Again, this is Fox 45 and the U.S. Marines putting on this Toys for Tots roll call that we do every year. And look at this. I mean, look at these donations that we are going to be loading up into that truck just a little bit later on this morning. Like we said, we're wrapping up this morning. But we do want to get over to Commander Myers with the Towson University Police Department. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am great. So we just want to thank you guys, first of all, because you guys have graciously hosted us and helped us make this happen, and it's been incredible.
Yeah.
Talk about what you've seen here today.
I mean, look at the outcome. I mean, we're pleased to host you guys. It's the first year that I've been a part of the hosting process, but we've been with Marine Corps and Toys for Tots for several years now, and the turnout has always been great, and this opportunity to host is even more special.
Yeah, absolutely. What does it mean? You know, all the people that we saw line up, fill these boxes. We're about to load up this truck as well. I mean, what does that mean to you?
It means something special. It means that people still care about our youth, people who may be a little more underdeserved, or not get the toys that they think they should get. So it's a good opportunity for everyone to share and join into the Christmas and holiday spirit.
Once again, thank you guys so much for making this happen. All of you here, we got to get over to Santa for one last thank you and goodbye. Hi, Santa.
Hi. Shannon, I just want to reach out and thank the Marines, hoorah, and all of our service people for their dedication in protecting us and all the people around the world.
Absolutely.
And their families. And some of them miss them over the holidays. And we just want to think of them. And Mrs. Claus sends out her best wishes.
Can't forget Mrs. Claus.
That's right. I want to thank all the viewers of Fox 45.
Yeah, we did see some of you come out, and that was incredible to see,
and
too.
actually donate today.
Yes,
just saw us on TV and brought stuff out. And all these toys.
Yes.
It's just amazing. All the viewers are
But
just
you
amazing.
can never have enough. We still want to collect more, and you still have an opportunity to do that. So get out and donate and help us brighten kids' holidays this year.
And everybody have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Back to you
All
guys.
right, we're making Santa's job a lot harder this year, bringing out all those toys for him. It's great. Love it. We want you to stop by for our Toys for Tots roll call. Now, if you weren't able to make it out to Towson University South Campus Pavilion this morning, don't worry, you still have time where you could donate a toy. If you want to, just go by any area Honda dealership in Baltimore from now through December 15th.
An inside look at Capitol Hill as the vote to expel Representative George Santos gets underway in less than an hour. The details just ahead after the break.
Coming up, the story of one special couple from Israel. That's in this week's edition of Full Measure. 9:42 and happening today, a vote in Congress to expel Representative George Santos.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center with more on the heated expulsion debate, and the country hasn't seen in years, Taylor.
I mean, that's right. A vote like this, the first time in over 2 decades. Right now, you're looking live inside the House as that conversation gets underway again. This is the third vote the embattled New York Congressman George Santos will face, with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle calling for his resignation.
He is a perpetrator of a massive fraud on his constituents and the American people.
It found substantial evidence that he engaged in fraudulent conduct.
Oh, they're referring to the scathing Ethics Committee report accusing Santos of exploiting his candidacy for profit and downright lying about his experience. He's facing 32 felonies that range from identity theft to swiping donors' credit cards for tens of thousands of dollars without permission. But Santos says he's not going quietly, accusing his colleagues of a smear campaign.
It is a predetermined necessity for some members in this body to engage in this smear campaign to destroy me. They want me out of this body. The people of the 3rd District of New York sent me here. If they want me out, they're going to have to go silence those people and take the hard vote.
And that hard vote is getting underway right now. Expulsion, mind you, is the most severe form of punishment for a lawmaker in the House. It requires 2/3 of the majority of the vote to even get through. That vote is set for 10:30 this morning, and if it clears, according to the AP, Santos would be the 6th member of the House ever expelled in U.S. history. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Taylor, thank you. Give the gift of a forever home this holiday season. After the break, we are going to introduce you to our pet of the week and let you know when this little cutie can be adopted.
.946, transgenderism in America is continuously grabbing headlines, political real estate, and funding priorities, but the growth of the movement is not as organic as you may think.
Full Measure Cheryl Atkinson is looking into the surprising interest behind the well-funded transgender lobby. She is joining us now with a preview of her program this week. Cheryl, good morning.
Good morning. Well, whenever a social issue seems to catapult to the top of the headlines and the national agenda, you can bet there are special money interests behind the scenes pulling strings. Sunday on Full Measure, we wanted to find out who exactly is behind the transgender lobby, which has put this issue as one of the burning issues of our time, not only here in the United States, but in other Western nations. We found out there's a relative small handful of entities and people that are putting lots of money into hundreds of journalism groups, media groups, medical institutions, colleges, and so on, really having an outsized influence on this discussion. Sunday on Full Measure will let you know what we found.
Well, Cheryl, also let's turn to the war in the Middle East. A Full Measure will be speaking with a special couple from Israel. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, a couple years ago, Scott Thuman reported from Israel for us from a town that's known as the bomb shelter capital of the world, where people choose to live and face down danger on a regular basis. Now that we've had the Islamic extremist terrorist attacks on Israel, Scott wanted to find out what happened in that town, and he'll let us know. What we found is they faced the ultimate challenge on Sunday.
We'll be watching. Cheryl, thank you. Remember, for all of you, you can watch Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson right here on Fox 45. It airs Sundays at 10 a.m. and again at 11 p.m. And for a behind-the-scenes look at Cheryl's stories and investigations, you can look up the podcast Full Measure After Hours wherever you like to listen to podcasts.
Well, we've been listening to him all morning long, and let's get another check-in with him right now.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. We're always hanging on your every word.
Yeah, temperatures are not too bad right now. A little on the chilly side as you look down out over the Inner Harbor and the Christmas Village that is there right now. Now, we're going to have to deal with rain showers if you are heading out there or doing whatever you got planned or whatever you have planned later today, because we're tracking some of those showers in western Maryland at this time. You can see those showers as we zoom out a little bit farther. Overall, that area of low pressure kind of centered over the Central Plains, but out ahead of that are these rain showers. Now, some of this rain has diminished a little bit. We're still going to get those showers rolling through by the time we get to the middle part of the day. Right around noon, you'll start to see those showers along the Mason-Dixon and areas to the west as well. And then as we head into about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, more of those showers start spreading through. Kind of a steady rain will be here with us between about 3 and 5 p.m. Off and on showers hang through about 7 o'clock tonight before they push out of here, and overall some drier air working in temporarily, because we do have to deal with a few showers for the weekend. Upper 40s and lower 50s, so our temperatures here are going to stay in the average or just slightly below average category across Carroll and Baltimore counties, and up and down the 95 corridor, 40s and 50s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., mid-50s in Richmond. Now, our temperatures climb tomorrow and Sunday, lower 60s, even though we're going to have to deal with cloud cover through most of the weekend. Those temps are still above average. Finally seeing some colder temperatures toward the middle of next week. That first system rolls through. We're dry for the most part on Saturday, late Saturday night into Sunday morning. That's going to be another weather maker, just another round of those rain showers, but it's only going to be rain because those temps are so mild. And then as we get into Sunday afternoon, a couple of spotty showers, kind of drizzly. The wind is going to pick up and clear things out as we get into Monday, but we do stay dry into next week. Here's that 7-day forecast. 50s today, lower 60s Saturday and Sunday, upper 50s on Monday, but then as I mentioned, those temps are cooler next week.
Justin, our next guest is purely a dream. Literally, it's time for our pet segment of the week. With the SPCA, we have Katie Haynes joining us from the Maryland SPCA. And Dream here this morning, up for adoption. What a good girl. Tell us about her.
Yeah, good morning. So this is Dream. Dream's a little under 5 years old. She's a transfer in from another shelter. What we do know about her is she is a high energy girl.
Yes, she is.
Works the room, a social butterfly, absolutely in love with affection.
Yes. And clearly evident. She was kind of, jumping up and down. And as soon as you sat down, gave her a treat, and then we started petting her, she's happy.
Yeah,
she doesn't want to move
as a
anymore.
whip too. She knows sit, paw down, roll over already. Very, very motivated by treats and affection.
Aren't we all, Dream? Aren't we all? Oh my goodness. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
So kids, dogs, did you mention?
Not yet. So we're recommending an adult-only home for her, and she can't go home with a home that has cats already.
Okay. No cats.
She can go home with other dogs, but just no
okay.
cats and no kids.
Oh my goodness. And for those who are interested in coming and meeting Dream, because a big part of it is seeing if it's a good fit, if you match.
Yep,
I can tell we match.
Is a big part of it. Definitely come and meet her. So we open at 1. We're at 3300 Falls Road.
Oh, boy.
We have lots of other animals that are available for adoption as well. So she's got some friends waiting for homes too.
She is very pretty.
She's
if it's a good fit, when can she come home?
Today. Yeah, she is ready. She wants to be home for the holidays. So let's get her a home.
Let's give Dream a good dream. Thank you so much for coming in.
Good girl.
Good girl. You want to go outside?
You ready?
Yeah. It's breakfast before
time,
the rain.
right?
We better go get your walk in before the rain. Stick around. Stay with Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore, because after the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers has that exclusive 10-day. What do you think, Dream? Want to go check it out? Want to go see? Want to go outside? Let's go. Come on.